Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Demi Demon Deku was son of Muzan? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. So real quick, bit of information on Izuku and some other characters in this since there will be some things to know. Izuku Midoriya, 16, eyes are red with slits like a demon's that he learns how to change to a normal humans as he grew up. Rank, Hashira. Sword info. Twin Nichiren sword color, dark purple. Hand guard, solid blood red with the blade or handle looking as a pupil to emulate his own. As a way to honor his master, Izuku asked for a grip similar to a butterfly to be placed on the bottom of the handle that's held together by a chain. Blood demon art. Eyes of the Beyond. Izuku's blood demon art is unique in ways that allow him to see the souls of those he gazes upon whenever he wishes. Along with this, he can also see the souls of those who are tied to the person as well as see what type of person they are or were in a demon's case. He is also able to tell if these souls were murdered by a demon depending on how they look when depicted to him. Breathing art. Cursed breathing. Cursed breathing is a unique skill Izuku had created thanks to the abilities he's gained while training at the Butterfly Mansion under former Hashira Kane Kocho. This breathing allows Izuku to use his blood demon art in conjunction with his fighting style. The technique holds 8 forms to which Izuku developed and perfected himself. First form, Cursed Cross Purge. Izuku pulls one blade upwards with his other across his body to act as a cross to cut a demon 2 ways. Second form, Black Rotting Flames. Izuku uses the grief of the souls as kindling to light his swords before attacking. The area that is cut is singed shut with black flames for healing to be slowed down temporarily. Third form, Heaven's Black Lightning. Izuku uses downward momentum to attack at speeds almost as fast as a thunder demon slayer. The act creates the sound of lightning cracking for it to have its name. Fourth form, Night Wind Current Slash. Izuku uses a spiral force to attack with it using crescent slashes to resemble a small tornado. Fifth form, Poisonous Rising Slash. Taking a tip from Shinobu's book, Izuku turns the grief of the souls a demon has tied to them into a deadly paralysis toxin that if administered enough can paralyze the nerves leaving them defenseless for an hour. Sixth form, Striking Demonic Slash. Izuku combines the rage of souls to create a slash that incites fear and intimidation towards most demons. If one is more powerful than the average, then they can overwhelm this presence. Seventh form, God's Judgment. Izuku's blades burn bright with the feeling of the sun itself by gathering the hate brought on by the souls around. This could cause a demon to die if the attack misses the neck by an inch. To increase the diameter, he needs to get the neck between. Eighth form, Flesh Rotting Pierce. Izuku uses all the negative emotions in the souls around to use that to destroy the demon from the inside out. As long as the blades are still connected, the corrosion continues and can't be healed until it stops. Unique abilities. Sensory detection. Thanks to Izuku's ability as a demon, he can sense things that most Hashira would never be able to in the aspect he was a born natural. Added with his blood demon art, Izuku is able to scout and detect where demons are a distance away as well as the level of danger they pose. Enhanced physical abilities. As a half-demon, Izuku's body is more durable than a normal human's and can heal faster. Due to his half-demon nature though, he is far weaker in natural strength and healing. Shinobu theorized that this may have something to do with him not drinking human blood yet or eating a human to offer him the chance if he'd like to drink blood to help with Izuku immediately refusing to avoid possibly losing his humanity. He does not know if he can regrow a severed limb and dares not try knowing if it is gone, it can be gone for good. Tactical skills. As a Hashira, Izuku is able to make combat decisions quickly and act on them in less than a second to avoid casualties. Medical skills. Thanks to his upbringing with Shinobu and Kane, Izuku learned pharmaceutical knowledge as well as first aid to some degree in order to help avoid injuries to be more serious. It is not at all near skilled enough to relate to Shinobu, so he doesn't use it much when with her. Harem, small one, so don't ask for more. Mitsuri Kenroji, Buchako Uraraka, Momo Yayorozu. Alright, that's it. Also, few questions before this story officially starts. I plan to make Momo and Ochako demon slayers taught under Izuku in this story when he gets to UA and goes undercover. What should their breathing styles be? They cannot be cursed breathing since it was made for only Izuku to use. Also, should Shinobu and Mitsuri know of them before Izuku reveals his true identity? Kaneko, as the person who took care of him after the incident, Kane acts like an older sister or motherly figure to Izuku. She feels sympathy for him and only wants Izuku to live a life of peace, to feel a little shame knowing he chose to walk the path of the demon slayer in more ways than one. Though she has to dislike Muzan Kibutsuji, she doesn't like the possibility of Izuku having to fight his own father. Shinobu Kocho. First learning of Izuku's lineage, Shinobu was uneasy with Izuku for obvious reasons. But after learning he wasn't dangerous, the insect-breathing demon slayer accepted him and occasionally helped Izuku with making his own breathing style that fit him. Upon returning from final selection, she's also the one that tells Izuku of Kane's passing for her to realize how hard this hit Izuku of all people. She hates the fact Izuku has to fight demons in the core, but knows there's no stopping him to only help where she can. Shinjuro Rengoku. Izuku met Shinjuro when he was still a Hashira to notice the spirit of his late wife watching over him, to know he's hurting a lot. One day in a drunken fit, Shinjuro attacked Izuku, claiming him to be a demon for him to give a nasty gash over his torso. Knowing it would be bad for everyone if it's shown why Shinjuro did it, or even the fact a member of the Demon Slayer Corps attacked another member, Izuku lied and said it was training that got out of hand. Shinjuro silently hates Izuku for doing this and thinks he's looking down on him due to his inferiority complex. Kaijuro Rengoku. Knowing of what really happened between Izuku and his father, Kaijuro feels a great deal of respect for Izuku outside of the fact he's a demon fighting for humans. Seeing the skill and ironclad resolve Izuku has, Kaijuro feels happy having someone like Izuku in the Corps. The same could also be said about Kaijuro to Izuku. He sees the flame Hashira as a burning passion that isn't able to dissolve, for both to train to better themselves to inspire the other. Tomioka. For the most part, Tomioka doesn't care for Izuku, thinking he would be better off keeping his distance. Seeing a weight on Tomioka, Izuku regularly gives him space and doesn't push into his personal life as he notices Tomioka's older sister's spirit around him trying to comfort him. Mitsuri Kanroji. Meeting Izuku during an incident on a mountain, her and Iguro noticed Izuku fight and defeat dozens of demons as well as a current holder of lower 5, not Rei. She was amazed with his power and offered to teach Izuku how to be at the level of a Hashira with Iguro. She began developing feelings for him, and after beating her in a sparring match and seeing him accept her true self, she said that she'd marry Izuku. Abanai Iguro. Understanding the cursed blood lineage that Izuku has, Iguro somewhat relates to him with his snake Kaburamaru liking Izuku and resting in his hair to sunbathe. Due to his attraction to Mitsuri, Iguro hates Izuku greatly when the love Hashira shows a bit of romantic interest towards him. He normally chases Izuku around whenever this happens as a form of his jealousy. Though he doesn't like how close Izuku is to Mitsuri, Iguro genuinely likes Izuku more than most. Tenjin Yuzui. Like all Hashira that met Izuku, he wasn't so certain of having a demon in the Corps. However, Izuku proved himself in his missions and training for Tenjin to see him as a dark, flashy guy. Izuku also had learned of his siblings and upbringing by his blood demon art to avoid saying anything that may upset the upbeat sound Hashira. Gyomii Himejima. Gyomii had little trust for Izuku right off the bat and needed him to prove himself with undeniable proof. Knowing he's blind and someone who obtained the rank of Hashira in 2 months, Izuku has a lot of respect for him, especially knowing he used to be part of a Buddhist temple to understand his distrust. Though he's not trusted by Gyomii, Izuku still sees the man as a respective father figure due to his gentle nature. Michiro Takedo. To make things simple, Michiro scares Izuku. He met Michiro later than everyone, but he mastered taking the rank of Hashira in 2 months as opposed to Izuku's 2 years. But what scares him more is a hint of cold-blooded brutality that is etched inside his soul. A large amount of his brutality also confuses Izuku, since his soul seemed more kind-hearted than the brazen tongue. Since it gives him a headache to try and wrap his mind around, Izuku mostly tries to avoid talking to him, but doesn't dislike him. Sanemi Shinazugawa. Izuku doesn't know much about Senmi since he seems to despise Izuku. In a single moment alone, Izuku tried to find out about him for Sanemi to tell Izuku that no matter how hard he tries, he's a demon and nothing will change that. This hurt Izuku a lot by what he wanted to prove, but tries to see his soul in order to find out why Sanemi holds so much anger to see his younger siblings and mother trying to tell him it's not his fault, as well as the fact he's actually the type of person that holds the weight of the world on his shoulders and takes it no matter the cost. Though the chances in Izuku's mind is that they will never see eye to eye, he understands that the only way someone like Sanemi can find peace in this life is to have all the demons in the world meet their end. Third-person POV. In this world, there exists beings that lurk in the darkness. Beings that seek to harm others. These are known as demons. They prey on humanity, feasting on them to gain power to harm more. Wherever they exist, tragedy and sorrow soon follow with the scent of blood. However, there are those that reside in this darkness to fight for humanity. Those that take arms in order to face this evil armed only with blades. These are humans part of a group prepared to risk their lives for the greater good. These are the demon slayers. However, this is not a tale of them specifically. It is a tale of a certain boy who holds both demon and human blood in him that will become the world's savior. The dim sight of a town in the countryside blanketed by snow begins our tale begins. The darkness is of the night is only cut through by the lighting of torches. Burn them. Burn the family. Several villagers pull a family of 4 to the center with them tied on wooden crosses. There's another. Where's the demon boy? Leave my little brother out of this. He's not a demon. He's just different. A rock was thrown at the head of a teenage boy with green hair. Tsubasa, you bore the brat. Where is he? Please, just let my family be. We aren't trying to harm anyone. Another rock came at the woman with the family shouting. Mother slasha. This is the last time. Hisashi. Where's the demon? Hisashi looked at his family strung up. His daughter Izumi was scared out of her mind, his son Tsubasa was angry at the people for attacking his family, and his wife was ashamed. This was how they came to everything. I don't know what you're talking about. There's only the 4 of us. Izuku. I'm sorry. 24 hours ago. We're back. Hisashi and Inko walked into their home holding several bags of groceries. Hey, need a hand with those? A 16-year-old boy named Tsubasa asked with him grabbing the bags from his mother. Izumi? Can you help us put things away? Coming down the stairs, a girl that was 10 with messy green hair came wearing pajamas. On it, can I help with anything? To the side, a young boy with black hair and red eyes that had slits where the pupils are asked with the family smiling at him. Sure. Wanna help me put the cans away? Inko had asked with the boy smiling at this. Okay. The family was able to place everything where it needed to rather quickly, with the 5 soon heading outside and walking towards a stone temple. In all their hands, they had an offering to the god of the moon Tsukuyami. Mighty Tsukuyami, please protect our family as you have for generations. As a token of our gratitude, we offer you this as proof of our gratitude. The family prayed together to the shrine with the young child opening his one eye to see if everyone else was done. Izuku, after this, would you like to go play with your siblings in the forest? The young boy named Izuku smiled at this. Yeah. The family finished their prayers before standing up and heading towards the house. I gotcha, little bro. Tsubasa lifted Izuku up on his shoulders and smiled with the 2 and Izumi heading into the forest. Just don't go near the village, okay? Inko shouted for the 3 to respond. We won't. The 3 ventured into the forest with smiles on their faces. A few years back, Inko had become pregnant with a boy that wasn't Hisashi's. She explained that she made a deal with a man who wished to harm her family to offer him anything in return for their safety. In that moment, the man asked her an unusual request. He asked for her to raise his child. She reluctantly agreed, with the family learning of this deal soon after. From what the mother described of the man, Hisashi only knew one man that could fit this image. He had said that Inko made a deal with a demon known as Muzan Kibutsuji. The family felt bad this happened, but didn't take it out on Izuku. When he was born, the 4 agreed that they'd raise him as if he was no different than the Midoriya children. However, The family was afraid what the townspeople would think, considering many were stricken with grief from the demons that ended their loved ones. As such, Izuku was forbidden from leaving the house during the day and would only leave with his family. "Hey Izumi, what are you doing?" Izuku asked, watching his sister do what looked like a dance. "Isn't it obvious? I'm practicing what mom teaches me about the Tsukuyomi no Mikoto Kagura. When I turn 16, I'm going to be responsible for our family's lifelong tradition of dancing under the first full moon of the year for or God." Tsubasa began to snicker while responding. "The only thing you'll accomplish is probably pissing off Tsukuyomi with that dance." "Shut it, Tsubasa. If you don't like my dancing that much, find a wife and make her our mother's replacement." "Maybe I will. I'd love to see that. Especially since you can't talk to girls so easily." The green-haired girl began laughing as her brother blushed. "It's not my fault that I get scared and burp fire when I talk to girls." "Aha." Both Izuku and Izumi began laughing to the point their sides hurt for Tsubasa to blush a bit. "Shut up." The two slowed down with their laughter for Izuku to notice the village in the distance. The town was dark and quiet, with a bit of curiosity plaguing him. "I wonder what the town looks like?" "Izuku, you know what Mom said? We can't go near the town. What do you think would happen if they'd find out? Worse, what do you think Mom and Dad will do if they found out we did this?" "Oh, don't be a baby. It's midnight. Who's up at this hour?" Izumi pushed off the concern with no real worry. "Come on, Izuku. A little look at the town won't harm anyone. If we see someone nearby, we'll go. That'll keep Mr. Worrywart over here from blowing a fuse." "But Mom said to not go into town." "You want to see the town, and it's not fair that you can't see what we see. Even though it's not the same that we see, at least you'll have something to place a picture to when we talk about what happened in town at home." Izuku didn't want to disobey his mom, but he did want to know what the town was like that he couldn't see because of his lineage. "As long as nobody sees us, there shouldn't be a problem, and we won't tell Mom or Dad. Nobody has to know, and it'll give you closure." "Well, if it won't be a problem, I guess it won't hurt." The two began walking down to the town with Tsubasa looking at them, trying to get them to stop. "Hey, I'll tell Mom." Seeing that they won't listen, the older brother groaned at this before shouting at them. "If you're gonna go, wait for me." The three journeyed into the town for the cobblestone sidewalk to amaze Izuku. "Wow, it's so cool." "Really?" Tsubasa asked, with Izumi smacking his side to motion to Izuku. "Yeah, it's kinda cool." Izuku immediately went to the center of town with a fountain in it. "Wow, this is a fountain?" "Yeah. They say that if you flip a coin in and make a wish, it'll come true." Izumi passed her younger brother a coin with a smile. "Wanna make one?" Izuku thought about this before nodding. He grabbed the coin and thought for a minute what he should wish for. "I wish dash." "You can't tell anyone what you wish for or it won't come true." Izumi pressed her finger on her lips to explain this to Izuku. He understood to turn back to the fountain and make a wish in his head. "I wish this town good fortune and that nothing bad happens to it." He flipped the coin in the water with the sound of it hitting the water breaking the silence. Izumi clapped with Tsubasa looking at them more worried than he was originally. "Great. You got to see the town. Can we go now before something bad happens?" Fine. "Don't worry so much or you'll go bald early." Izumi turned to walk away before noticing Izuku still playing in the water. "Izuku, we gotta head back now. We don't want Mom and Dad to find out." "Okay." Izuku turned to walk to his siblings, but failed to realize someone on the ground unconscious. He fell over and woke the person out of a sound sleep. "What the hell?" The man woke up to look at Izuku and him look at the man. The smell of alcohol on his breath could tell he was drunk. A moment of silence came with the man looking deep into the child's crimson-red eyes to see the demonic slits to them. His eyes widened and began to panic. Ah. The man shoved Izuku off him and ran as fast as he could. "A demon! A demon is here!" Both Izumi and Tsubasa looked at the direction the man ran to realize that this will without a doubt not end well. Back to the present. "This is my fault. I put the stupid idea to go into town in Izuku's head and encouraged it." Izumi held her head down crying as Tsubasa tried to ease her burden. "It's not all your fault. I should have stopped us. If anyone should be to blame, it's me for letting it happen. Kids. I don't blame you. Hisashi spoke with tears in his eyes. You just wanted to make Izuku happy. You aren't to blame here. If anything, I should have sent you all away the second I found out that morning. If anyone deserves to be hung up like this, it's me. I found footprints in the woods. The demon must be trying to get away on foot. After him. Leave my son alone. He didn't do anything. Hisashi shouted in anger as a rock came to strike him in the eye. All Izuku ever wanted in life was a peaceful one. He didn't ask to be who he was. So leave him be. The townspeople began throwing rocks at the family, battering and bloodying them up before the mayor stopped them. Save your energy for the demon. He's worth more effort. What about them, sir? The mayor grabbed a torch and lit the area beneath the family. Let them burn on their way to hell. It only seems fit. Now, after the demon. The town charged into the forest with the Midoriya family, seeing the fire rise up the stake they were on coming closer to them. I'm scared. It's okay, Izumi. Your family's here for you. Tsubasa began crying, hoping this was just a bad nightmare. Is Izuku gonna be okay? He's strong. Don't worry about him. The fire began to get closer to the fore with Hisashi biting his lip while silently praying. God, I know that we will die tonight. But even if that is the case, save Izuku. I do not care how, but please just let my son live. He doesn't deserve to die tonight. The fire reached the family with the sounds of their screams reaching into the forest. As this happened, Izuku rushed as fast as he could through the forest with the snow making it hard for him to move. Gotta run, gotta get help? Unable to understand what's happening, his father ordered Izuku to run as fast as he could away from the area. He knew that if Izuku was found with them, nobody would live. But if Izuku fled, at least he'd live with him being the only one to escape before the townspeople came for them. He's close. After him. Hearing the townsfolk, Izuku was terrified. He ran as fast as he could with the cold starting to get to him. In his panic, the snow under him began shifting with it soon sliding him off of a cliff. He tried to hold onto something, but there was nothing to latch onto for him to fall a notable distance. Ah! The snow on the ground beneath the cliff made a small puff from the cliff with the townsfolk seeing the shift. He fell down the mountain. Get him and finish the job. The townsfolk stormed back down the mountain in hopes to recover Izuku's corpse as what they thought. However, Izuku miraculously survived the fall, but wasn't able to move so easily. Izuku struggled to turn to his stomach. His legs were twisted to indicate they were broken. He began coughing up blood with his entire body aching. He struggled to move with his small arms barely able to push him forward. Knowing that this was going to be the end, the small boy turned his body over to look at the crescent moon in the sky. God Tsukuyami. What did I do to deserve this? What did Mom, Dad and my siblings do to deserve this? Did you abandon us? Tears welled in his eyes before the image of what looked like a butterfly showed itself to him. As if his wish to live came true, a woman with butterfly hairbands came to look down at him. Oh my! What happened to you, little one? The woman bent down to touch Izuku's cheek with her hand for him to feel warmth. Are you a goddess? If that's a compliment, thank you. She smiled at him with the sound of villagers coming from a distance. Kane, we need to leave. These people are after something. The woman now named Kane began to move her hand away from Izuku's cheek with him grabbing her clothing to stare at the woman with her red eyes. Oh my, quite a unique set of eyes you have. Are you perhaps a demon? Please, I don't doubt. Izuku pleaded at the woman with tears. Please, Kane looked at Izuku with a pained look. Sister, if he's a demon, let's finish him now and head home. Human? Izuku was losing consciousness from the pain he was facing for Kane to decide what she should do. Shinobu, we're taking him with us? Are you insane? Kane picked Izuku up while holding him close to her heart. This boy. He's not a demon. Then again, I could also say he isn't a human either. But he needs our help. Sister. Understanding that there wasn't time to argue, Shinobu began to groan before accepting this. Alright, there's a cabin nearby that we can use. Let's head out and use the trees so they can't follow us. The woman agreed with them, taking Izuku away before the townsfolk could see where they left. The next morning, after treating Izuku's injuries and testing some of his blood on daylight to solidify the fact Izuku wasn't a normal demon if anything, Kane and Shinobu decided to head into town to find out whatever they could about Izuku. Upon arrival, the two discovered the burned remains of what was the Midoriya family. On each of their remains, townsfolk placed a wooden board with the words, "Demon," written on it. What a horrible sight. Perhaps, but these four had conspired with demons? A woman came to the two women to explain. The Midoriyas were well liked in the community. However, a man had discovered a demon in the shape of a boy with the son and daughter. Once asked, the father denied ever having a third child, with a raid on the house proving this wrong, as well as the pictures in them proving the child was without a doubt a demon by his eyes and pale skin. So you burn them for that? Better that than risk them being demons as well and ending this village. The woman walked away with no remorse for what had been done. However, both Kane and Shinobu knew without a doubt that they weren't demons. There still remains. That means they ended actual humans. I doubt if we tell them the truth, they'd listen. Kane looked down before going towards the small cottage Izuku was in. As they tried to leave, the same drunk who sold Izuku and his family out went into the fountain and pulled out a coin. Well, looky what we got here. God's probably rewarding me for finding that demon. Nobody's stupid enough to throw coins in this fountain anymore. Guess I found myself a sucker. Hearing the fact this man had no care for selling out a child, Shinobu lost her temper and punched the man in the face with all her strength. This forced the man to the ground with the coin dropping to her feet. Scum like you? I'm amazed that you're a human being. Whoever put this coin in deserves to at least have a wish granted somewhere that won't end in a barbaric way. Shinobu picked up the coin and walked away towards her sister. Have fun sobering up. While walking away, Kane looked at her sister a bit unhappy with how she handled it. You're not the type to get angry the way you did that easily. The fact he bragged about saying a child's a demon and letting 4 people die with a 5th fighting for his life now, I was beyond disgusted with that man. Perhaps, but you didn't have to punch him and take the coin. Maybe, but he didn't need it anyway. The two continued their walk in hopes to get some information from Izuku after everything had settled down. Few days later, third-person POV. Izuku began waking up to the image of an unknown ceiling above him. It seemed rather well kept to turn his head and notice a rather spacious room. Where am I? Ah, you're awake. That's great to know. The voice of Kane forced Izuku's head to look towards her general direction to see her with bandages in her hand. Who are you? Don't worry. I'm just somebody who wanted to help. You asked me for it after all. My name is Kane Kocho, and my sister who's outside is called Shinobu, by the way. Izuku started to remember seeing a woman that fit her description before noticing Kane pull the covers off him to show his legs bandaged up. When we found you, you had 2 broken ribs, your legs broken, and a large amount of internal bruising, as well as the start of hypothermia starting on you. You've been asleep for a total of 5 days. Hearing the amount of time, Izuku's eyes widened and began to panic. Mom, Dad, Tsubasa, Izumi, where are they? I want my family. Kane tilted her head down in a bit of sadness. I'm sorry. If we came a day earlier, maybe we could have saved them. The townspeople burned them at the stake. We went to the town and saw the results of it ourselves. Shinobu walked into the room explaining what they saw. Now we've got a few questions if possible. First off, who exactly are you and why do you have the eyes of a demon? We know you can't burn away by sunlight thanks to some tests on your blood, but through all tests we see your genetic structure is still closer to that of a demon's as opposed to a human's. So what are you, kid? Shinobu. Stop it. He's been through a lot. Not only that, but you shouldn't even be remotely close to moving around by human standards, yet you're almost completely healed like it never happened. As far as we're aware, you should be fine to at least tell us who you are and what happened to some degree. Izuku didn't know where to start, so he decided to start with the base of who he was and what brought him into the world as far as he was aware. He said of how his family told him he was the son of a demon called Muzan Kibutsuji and that he can't leave the home they had on the edge of town unless it was night and someone was with him. He also explained how his family wasn't bad at all to him and instead tried to make sure he was happy. This made him smile a bit before explaining how he was found out and what led to him being discovered by the two. I didn't want to cause trouble. I just wanted to see the town for once. Izuku began to cry before pulling his legs in to curl into a ball. I didn't want anyone to get hurt. I wish I never went into that stupid town. Izuku's grief hit both women. Shinobu walked over to pat his head and try to avoid him suffering more than he already was. I know what happened was terrible, but I don't think your family would be happy seeing you right now in this state. She pulled out the coin Izuku tossed in the fountain to hand it to him. If they really didn't love you and want to do this to you, they wouldn't have sent you out of the house for your safety or willingly stayed facing what they did. I know it's hard right now, but you gotta live for their sake. Izuku reached for the coin to see it and remember how both his siblings would normally help him when he needed help. He clenched the coin close to his heart and began crying. Dad, Tsuba, Izumi, I'm sorry I'm so sorry. Kane reached out for Izuku to hold him close to her chest to hear her heartbeat. Feeling her warmth, Izuku turned to wrap his arms around her and let out his grief. As a few minutes passed, Izuku had let go and recomposed himself with Kane speaking first. Izuku, I know you've been through a lot, but I need you to come with me. Since you admitted you are Muzan Kibutsuji's son, I'll have to report this to our group's leader. What group are you part of? Izuku asked. Shinobu and I are part of what's called the Demon Slayer Corps. It's an organization meant to defeat demons like your biological father. For as long as our organization has been around, there had been a war between us and Muzan Kibutsuji. Since you are his son, we need to address this and make a decision on how to go forward. Since you aren't one that eats people as far as we've gathered, that will be great on your part as well as the fact you hold human morals above all. Kane reached her hand out to offer to Izuku to help him stand. I promise I'll do everything in my power to help you. Izuku wanted to trust her. Unlike the people outside his family that chased him, she had an aura of someone that genuinely wanted to help with no ulterior motive he could tell. He grabbed her hand and began standing to slowly walk with her. Half an hour later, standing outside a mansion, Izuku and Kane were met with a man who seemed extremely young as well as holding a rather disturbing scar over the top half of his face. To Izuku, he was afraid he suffered from some kind of attack with his eyes being unable to see anything. It's always a pleasure to have you visit. You had informed me that there is something I must speak to you about immediately? The man's voice was calm and almost soothing to hear. It was almost as if he was a saint. Yes, sir. To my side, I have a boy that Muzan Kibutsuji had fathered with a human woman. As far as I am aware, he isn't dangerous by any means and is just as much of a victim as anyone who is harmed by demons. Though I say this, he is still our sworn nemesis's son. I was hoping you could give me some assistance with this as how to progress. The man looked to his left for a woman that looked almost half a decade older than him to stand staring at Izuku. Tell me, what does this boy look like? He asked the woman for her to answer. He is no older than 4. Black messy hair with blood-red eyes as a demon. He is also standing in the sun like a human. Turning back to Kane, the man spoke again. Has he harmed a human? No, sir. He is as pure as any child his age. Now hearing this, the man smiled while turning a bit to face Izuku's general direction. Hello, young man. My name is Kagaya Abuyashiki. To my side is my wife Amain. It is quite a pleasure to meet you. The way his voice spoke was both empowering and blissful for Izuku for him to bow at him. Thank you. And my name is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku. Well, I guess I should discuss with you what will happen going forward. Ahem, since you have yet to end a single human being, I do not see a reason why you must be executed. However, that does not deny that you are Muzan Kibutsuji's son. As such, you will be under Kane's care at the Butterfly Mansion going forward. As long as you don't do anything to harm others, you are free to live your life the way you wish. Realizing the level of kindness, Izuku was in shock before bowing on his hands and knees. Thank you, sir. I don't know how to ever repay you. You have no obligation to repay me. I am simply explaining what is the truth. Kagaya turned to Kane next to explain how things will go. Since Izuku had needed assistance growing up, his life will be in the Butterfly Mansion's hands until farther notice. Kane agreed for the two to walk away somewhat happy from the feeling. He's very nice. The master is truly a kind man. He always speaks such gentle words when addressing us. Kane smiled before a crow came to roost on her shoulder. Why hello. Do you have something to report? Izuku stared at the crow before it opened its mouth. Kane Kocho. You must head west to slay a demon. It is plaguing the people of a city that requires immediate help. Ah. A talking crow. Izuku jumped back as he heard the crow speak. It's okay. This is a Kasugai crow. In short, they're a special type of crow that can talk. Members of the Demon Slayer Corps are given these birds when they pass and become members. They also give us our missions since most Demon Slayers go from one to the next with only a few being an exception. The two continued to walk to the Butterfly Mansion where Kane opened the door to the home for Izuku. I will most likely be gone for a few days. Make sure to tell Shinobu not to worry. Okay. Kane placed her hand on Izuku's head and rubbed it in a caring manner. I promise I won't be long. She stood up and moved as if she disappeared from sight to amaze Izuku. Oh, where did she go? She used a breathing style to move quickly. Izuku turned to see Shinobu near the entrance. To make a long story short, Demon Slayers are able to move around quickly because of a breathing technique we use. It's customary for any one part of the Corps to have something like that. Izuku's eyes lit up at this to surprise Shinobu. Can you teach me that? Why? Because it's so cool and I want to be a demon slayer like you and Ms. Kane. Hearing these words, Shinobu stared at Izuku uneasy. You do realize if you are a demon slayer that you'd have to face your father, right? Izuku held his head down hearing this with the insect demon slayer continuing. Not only that, but I can't guarantee that you'd even be accepted. You're a half-demon. Not trying to be someone to bring your dreams down, but I don't recommend you joining our ranks just because you think it's cool. Izuku thought of this before responding. I understand, but I still want to be a demon slayer. You and Ms. Kane saved me. You also let me into your home. I want to make it up to you both. I want to show I'm strong enough to fight. If I can do that, I think I can help more people so they aren't like me. The reason behind why Izuku wanted to be a demon slayer shocked Shinobu. Her sister wanted nothing more than just a normal life for Izuku, but he's willingly giving that away to thank them and help stop his trouble with his family from repeating again. Alright, I'll teach you a little about swordsmanship and how to be a demon slayer while Kane is gone, but she has the rings after that. Got it? Got it? Few days later in the dead of night, Kane and Izuku began walking up a mountain with the air being rather thin. The lack of oxygen began to trouble Izuku as he started reaching the peak to the point he felt like his lungs were going to pop. Once on the tip, Kane looked at Izuku and smiled. Alright Izuku, this is the first part of your training. In 4 hours, sunrise will happen. You have until then to get to the bottom of the mountain. Once that happens, we'll have breakfast and begin your training. What happens if I don't reach the bottom by sunrise? A smile came on Kane's face while answering. Those that don't succeed, don't eat. Every day, you will be doing the exact same thing and every day, you will be expected to succeed. If you cannot, training will be more difficult since you will be struggling over an empty stomach as well. Your time starts now. Kane disappeared for Izuku to start running down the mountain. This should be easy. All I have to do is go down straight. He thought this as he ran to suddenly hit a wire and have a tree limb come and knock him to the side. He hit another tree before getting up and running again down the mountain. As he did, Izuku fell into a pit made to trap animals and keep him in it. Did these get made to make it harder for me to get down? Izuku started to pull himself up and out of the pit to continue his trek down the mountain. So, the trick is to get down as fast as possible while also avoiding traps. He narrowly avoids a log coming out of nowhere that was about to knock him out of the area to freak out. Is she trying to end me? This was Izuku's beginning of his training, starting off the morning with him constantly tripping traps and narrowly escaping serious injuries each time. For hours later, Izuku came down to the foot of the mountain to drag his feet and fall to the ground. Turning to his back, he stared at the sky to see the sun start to rise up from behind the horizon with Kane looking down at him. I see you've done it. This is a great sign, Izuku. He smiled weakly knowing he won before being picked up by Kane. Now, you deserve a nice and hearty breakfast to prepare for the training today. I hope you're ready for it. Izuku continued panting while thinking this to understand one thing for a fact. I think I might die in training if this is just to get into the Demon Slayers. 5 years later, Izuku POV. It's been a brutal 5 years of my life up till now. Not only had my world been thrown upside down by the death of my family, but I've also been in the protection of the Butterfly Mansion. Miss Kane has been more than gracious about helping me. Every day before the sun comes up, I would normally do my daily routine of running down the mountain. Kane seemed to be helping grow the level of danger with the traps to have me nearly die regularly. This would without be a problem if I wasn't able to sense the traps. I'd be dead by now or starving to death. Right side. I dodged to avoid an incoming dagger at my head before continuing running. Center. Above. Thanks to starting my training at 5, I was able to get strong enough to almost stand as a demon slayer. But during training there was one flaw that I had. Total concentration breathing. I jumped over a log coming at me and drew out 2 katanas. Cursed breathing, 3rd form, Heaven's Black Lightning. I couldn't learn normal demon slaying techniques. Ms. Kane and Shinobu tried every type of breathing style for me to learn, but I couldn't use a single one. It was a really big head-scratcher for us the first 2 years of training. But something happened one day when I looked in the mirror. Instead of just seeing my reflection, I saw spirits. We found out later that this was my blood demon art, a unique skill that only demons can have. Since I could see the dead, Ms. Kane decided to call it Eyes of the Beyond. After that, it got both of us and Shinobu thinking to merge both breathing styles of demon slayers and the blood demon art together. This created a completely unique breathing style only I could learn called cursed breathing. I found my way down to the bottom of the mountain in record time to see both Ms. Kane and Shinobu at the bottom to greet me. Well, that is without a doubt your best time yet. Nicely done, Izuku. Truly could not express how well you've come in your time with us. Kane smiled happily at me while holding a timer. Thanks. I couldn't have done it without either of you though. I started to blush a little with Shinobu coming to me and patting my head. You really aren't anything like the kid we found before. Great job. Alright. Now, come with me and we shall show you the final part of your training. Miss Kane brought me towards an open area where she presented a giant boulder that was larger than her. She turned to me and held her hand out to present it. This is your final test, Izuku. If you can cut this boulder using only your swords, I will allow you to go to final selection. But be warned. It will without a doubt not be as simple as the training I have given you for the last 5 years. I glanced at the boulder to see it was completely solid with nothing to make me think it was hollow. Also, remember what I said about if your swords break. Miss Kane's smile turned very ominous while she stated in a happy tone what would happen. If you break them, I will make your life a living hell as payment for it. A shiver went down my spine with this to nod in agreement. Whether you pass or fail now is entirely up to you. Use what I taught you and show me that you are worthy of saying you are ready for the trials. Ms. Kane and Shinobu left to leave me alone with the boulder. I glanced down at my blades to understand this is without a doubt it. The moment I show I am strong enough to be a demon slayer. I took a deep breath in before exhaling and staring at the boulder. This is it. I can do this. Ms. Kane and Shinobu gave me the skills. Now it's time to use them. Total concentration. I breathed in as I was taught to see an opening thread. I raised both blades up and saw the thread grow tight. I slashed downwards in one solid cut for both blades to go through the boulder. Putting them back in the sheaths, I glanced at the boulder to see it cut into 3 pieces from where I cut. Holy crap! He actually completed it in record time. Shinobu shouted for me to turn and see her and Ms. Kane holding branches over their heads trying to hide in a bush. You were watching me. Of course. We wanted to make sure you were okay to do this and that you didn't break your swords. Ms. Kane came out of the bushes to stare at the boulder. To be honest, I wanted you to not pass in all honesty. You're still a child, Izuku. You're only 10 and you've done things that take demon slayers years to accomplish. But before I say any more, I want you to answer me this one last time. Kane knelt down to me and stared me in the eyes with a serious look. Once you pass my training, I cannot help you any more than I already have. You will be on your own going forward. Are you completely certain you want to become a demon slayer? Doing so will soon make you find your father and possibly have to end his life. I do not wish to deny you what you choose, but I do not encourage you going into the core without knowing for a fact you could die at any given moment. So are you prepared to do this? I glanced at Ms. Kane before nodding with determination in my eyes. Yes. I'm prepared to fight in the Demon Slayer Corps. Ms. Kane looked at me for a moment to hold a bit of sadness in her eyes. This went away with a smile covering it. But then as of now, you've passed. Come with us and we'll tell you what you need to know for final selection. I nodded before following both Ms. Kane and Shinobu back to the mansion to learn what I had to. 3 months later, after being explained what final selection was, I set out for Fujikaisen Mountain where the test would be held. Upon coming here, I had noticed some interesting things about the mountain. First was that to enter the mountain, I had to have authorization by the Demon Slayer Corps. Thanks to Kane's seal of approval as well as a kimono she made to resemble hers and Shinobu's, I was allowed in. Once I reached near the top, I also noticed wisteria growing everywhere. Strange, I thought wisteria was out of season? Hey, check out the kid. I overheard some of the other examinees on the mountain mention me to stare. What's he doing here? He can't be serious. If he's coming up here for final selection, he's probably gonna die before he even gets to be a demon slayer. Well, at least if we stay with him, he could be bait for us to use while fighting. I could tell they didn't think that much of me for my eyes to turn red and show my demonic half for everyone to panic. It's a demon. Why isn't the wisteria working? Don't care, just end it. Everyone was ready to attack before what sounded like bells being rung to get everyone's attention. We glanced over to see a main holding 2 twins in her arms greet us. Hello everyone. Welcome to final selection. You all wish to enter into the Demon Slayer Corps and stand amongst us in our battle against demons. Tonight, you all gather on this mountain to do so. Everyone focused on her as she continued. As you have already gathered, MT Fujikaisen is unique because wisteria grows year-round from the base to near the top of the mountain. This place is a prison for demons that have been captured alive by the Corps. Your job is to survive beyond this point for 7 whole nights in demon-infested areas. And do be warned, the demons may be weak but are very hungry and prepared to attack you on sight. After saying this, a main left with gates behind her opening up to allow us inside. Knowing what I did about where the sun rises, I headed east to have sun hit me the second day broke to avoid demons from attacking me. If I sleep during the day, I'll be able to manage this. I can do this. Out of nowhere, a demon came to stand in front of me before attacking. I finally found a meal. It's been so long since I've eaten a human. I'm starving. He came at me to force me to draw my blades Ms. Kane gave me. Cursed breathing, first form, cursed cross purge. Jaya. I was able to slice the demon's neck and end it immediately before I could even think. I did it. I let out a sigh before hearing another one come from the bushes beside me. Die. Another one. I was about to attack it before someone came out of nowhere to attack it. Water surface slash. The demon was ended for the person in front to smile while looking at me. She placed her blade away before holding her hand out. You're welcome. My name is Makomo by the way. I gave her my hand to shake before introducing myself as well. Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya. By any chance, would you like to team up and face the final selection together? If we partner up, perhaps we have a better chance of surviving. Well, now that you mention it, we do have a better chance of a demon not getting the jump on us. Sure. Makomo smiled at me as we began heading out towards the east. If we keep going this way, we can find somewhere to rest during daybreak. Okay. We continued running with Makomo looking at me. Hey Midoriya. Why do you have demon eyes? It's a long story, but I'm not exactly human but also not exactly demon and let's leave it at that. So you're what, like half demon or something? Something like that? All you need to know about me is that I'm someone that wants to fight demons and help people. Makomo smiled at me before we reached a cliff with a narrow walkway. The bottom seemed to drop into a river that I couldn't tell how deep it was. I don't see anywhere nearby that's safer to cross. You want to keep running along this and hope for the best or try our luck here? Makomo looked around to try and judge what we should do before an ominous feeling swept over me. I shook violently for her to notice it. Midoriya. What's wrong? We need to cross. I feel something coming and it does not feel pleasant. I tapped on the walkway a bit to see it wasn't all that stable. If we go one at a time, I don't think there should be a problem. I pulled out a coin to show Makomo before explaining what I'm doing. Heads, I go first. Tails, you go first. I tossed it up before grabbing it and showing it to be heads. I'll go as fast as I can. If you see anything or I tell you to run, I still don't understand what you're feeling. To make it simple, it's a demon that feels really powerful. Strong enough where I don't think we can handle. I started moving over the ledge with keeping my feet as balanced as possible. I had to be very careful or else I would fall to somewhat thank the fact I was taught flower breathing and insect breathing first before trying any of the other breathing styles to have a good sense of balance. Just stay calm. Don't panic. You're almost there. I tried to keep my cool, but I began hearing something crack below me. Hesitantly, I glanced down to see a crack right between where my feet were. Oh dear. The ground beneath me began to crack for me to jump as quickly as I could to the ledge. Midoriya. I grabbed the ledge, barely have a hold of the earth to pull myself up and rest my upper body. I'm okay. I turned around to see a gigantic demon with hands covering almost every part of its body coming near Makomo. Makomo. Run. She turned around to see the demon and ran for her life. I lifted myself up as fast as I could and hid behind a boulder. The giant creature ignored me and went directly for Makomo. It ignored me. Why though? It seemed almost like it wanted to go solely after Makomo to worry me. She's in danger. I gotta help. Well, looky what we got here. Turning around, I saw several demons corner me. Just give up and we can all make this go really easy on everyone. I can't waste time here. I need to help Makomo. I drew my blades out and prepared to face the dozen demons that were in front of me. You wanna end me, then try it? I went darting into the set prepared to fight to the death if needed. The next morning, after defeating the demons, I began to struggle to find a way back to Makomo. Makomo! Makomo! Thanks to one of the demons I faced, I sprained my ankle and was struggling to run. Makomo! Are you here? Makomo dash, I stopped my search when I found a lot of blood on the ground. Beside it, there was pieces of what looked like Makomo's kimono. Please don't let this be her. To the side, I noticed the fragments of a mask that looked exactly like her fox mask she had on the side of her head. Blue flowers, no. I started to cry knowing I couldn't help Makomo. Makomo! I'm sorry. If you would have went first, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Makomo hic. It's okay. Don't cry. I looked up to see Makomo's spirit above where the blood was. It's not your fault. If you would have been the one on this side, it wouldn't have changed much. You probably would have died instead of me. But I want you to promise me something, Midoriya. Anything. It's too late for me, that's for certain. But you can still live. I want you to survive this. Make it out alive for both of us. Don't die and make this place your grave. Win and make it to the end. I wiped the tears from my eyes before staring at Makomo's spirit and nodding. I will. She smiled at me again before disappearing. I'm gonna make out. I promise you, Makomo. I'm going to win and become a demon slayer. I refuse to die here. Izuku POV. The 7 nights in the Wisteria prison were hell and absolutely a nightmare. Every night, I fought for my life with several demons trying to end me. On the morning after the last night, I made my exit out of the mountains to the entrance to see a main waiting as well as 2 others who were with us at the start. So, counting me, only 3 of the 30 that entered came back alive. Congratulations to you all on passing the final selection. As of right now, you all are official members of the Demon Slayer Corps. So what now? One of the survivors asked. First off, we shall have your measurements taken for your uniforms and have your ranks embroidered on your hand with wisteria. If you ever wish to find out what your rank is, all you would have to do is hold your Nichiren sword over your palm, while reciting a password you are given, and it will present your rank. From lowest to highest, the ranks are as followed. Mizunodo Mizuno Kinodo Kino Tsukinodo Tsukino Hinodo Hino Kinodo and Kino. You will also be given a Kusagi crow to give your missions. Out of nowhere, a crow came towards me to roost on my head. It seemed smaller than the ones that rested on the other 2's arms for me to believe it was still kinda young. Now if you three will kindly come up one by one, I shall take the measurements for your uniforms. We did as Amain asked for the two others to walk in front and go first. So what now? When do we get the color-changing katanas? Patience. First you must pick in, or that will be a baseline for your Nichiren swords. Amain presented to us a table holding several different types of ores on it for the three of us to look at them, not sure what to choose. I've never even seen or to know what I'm picking. How the heck are we supposed to make a good judgment on this if we don't know what we're picking? A powerful demon slayer will choose from what their instincts tell them to. If you cannot do that, then you will not advance far in the demon slayer core. Amain's words made me think of how judgment calls should be for a demon slayer and what I should do. If a demon slayer can choose from their instincts in this situation, then I should follow mine. I glanced at each of the ores before closing my eyes and envisioning my own blades in my hands. I held my hands out and subconsciously moved my hand over the ores to have a feel the metal and move towards a specific one. I opened my eyes to lift the ore up and hold it in my hands. This one should work. Few days later, after being released from the final selection, I was told that the blades I requested won't be ready for at least 2 weeks. The uniform, however, was finished and ready in a matter of minutes for it to fit perfectly on me and able to be extended when I start going through a growth spurt. Finally, back home, I walked up to the entrance of the butterfly mansion to see all the lights out. Hello. I walked in to see nobody in the common areas. Ms. Kane? Shinobu? Kaneo? I'm back. Nobody answered back for me to check outside near the garden to see several demon slayers and Hashira in front of something. Excuse me, but does anyone know where Ms. Kane and Shinobu are? Everyone stared at me before opening up for me to see Shinobu in front of something. I walked towards her to look over and see her crying. Why couldn't I help her? Shinobu. Where's Ms. Kane? Shinobu looked over to me with tears running down her face. I glanced at what she was in front of to see it was an urn with a picture of Ms. Kane in front of it. My eyes widened at this before dropping to my knees. There's no way. She can't be dead. She's too strong. I started to get hysterical at this. She's a Hashira. She can't die. She's stronger than any demon. He can't be hick, she just can't. I shook seeing this before being hugged by Shinobu. Ms. Kane, hick Ms. Kane. I cried into Shinobu's shoulder for her to comfort me. I'm sorry. I should have been stronger. If I was, maybe she... I couldn't stop crying as once again, someone I loved was taken from me. Why can't I have people who care for me in this world? Why do they have to be taken away? Why, God? Why do you do this to me? I felt as if I failed Ms. Kane when this was found out. All I could do at that point was cry and cry until I couldn't anymore. So, that's what happened? Yeah. Shinobu pointed out what happened to explain it was upper 2 of the 12 Kazuki. They're some of the most powerful demons that work directly under Muzan Kibutsuji. They're known by the numbers written on their eyeballs to indicate their status. This made things harder for me as now I'm back to where I was 5 years ago. Alone in this world. Before she died, Kane made me promise something to myself as well as give you her final words to you. I listened carefully to what she was saying to have Shinobu clear her throat. I'm sorry I couldn't welcome you back. Do not hold grief for what happened to me. Let it guide you as your past has guided you to this point. Whenever you are in a state in thinking you are alone, understand that you are never alone, for I shall be there for you, Shinobu and everyone in the butterfly mansion to give the strength you need when you need it. I know you'll do great things in the future, Izuku. I have faith in that and always have. Hearing this, I felt loved knowing Ms. Kane had so much faith in me. Did faith in me? Yes. She always believed you do amazing things as who you are. All you just have to do is press on and keep doing what you are doing. So long as you don't let what happened bring you down, you should be able to do as my sister wished. Shinobu smiled at me before continuing. And if you need someone to help, I'll still be on your side able to help where I can. Thanks. 14 days later. After the wake and burial of Kane, Shinobu was given her title as a Hashira. For the time being though, she was given a leave of absence so she could handle the affairs of her sister's death and some other things. Right now, we're sitting in the middle of the dining area watching the news. From what it said, All Might was on a morning talk show in a fancy suit talking about heroism and how anyone could be one. Yes. Anyone can be a hero. It does not matter if you have a fancy quirk or not. True heroism comes from inside. What drives you to be a hero? That cannot be easily faked. Somewhat astounding, the world doesn't see what we do. If they did, that top 10 pro ranking could actually be extremely different. Shinobu took a sip of her tea before responding. You know, top-ranked pros actually do know of the Demon Slayers. I also had the luxury of meeting All Might in person. I must say, he's a lot more muscular under that suit. We laughed a bit before seeing Kaneo walk in. Hey, Kaneo. Want some breakfast? She stared at me blankly before flipping a coin Ms. Kane gave her to catch it and nod after seeing what it was. From what I was told about her from Shinobu, she was given her name by both her and Ms. Kane and is about my age. Unfortunately, she can't make decisions for herself and hardly ever speaks. To be honest, I think I heard her speak over the few years I've known her, probably only a handful of times. Knock knock, Izuku. Can you get that? I'm almost positive it is your swords. Hearing this, I almost immediately got up and ran to the door to open it and see a man wearing a Hayatoko mask. Hello. My name is Tekken Techikawara. I have come to bestow on the demon slayer Izuku Midoriya his swords. That's me. Would you like to come in, sir? Why, yes. That would be lovely. I allowed the man inside to have Shinobu notice and smile. It has been a while, Shinobu Kocho. I hope you are doing well. Yes, I am. I hope everything is all right at the village, head chief. I stared at the man in shock before bowing to show my respect. Why, you're the head chief of the swordsmith village? Why, yes. I am also quite a skilled swordsmith. Now, would you like to see your Nikarin swords? Why, yes. I would very much like to. The chief sat down on the ground before pulling out 2 katanas out of a container. He had to hand them to me. The ore used in it was taken from a cave mentioned to be an amazing spot for stargazing. It also held the legend of the moon god Tsukuyami, blessing the land with prosperity due to its beautiful land. Not many demon slayers pick this ore, but those that do are never steered wrong with its power. I unsheathed the blades to notice something unique happen. The color of the blade itself turned from its normal grayish color to a dark purple. Whoa, that is so cool. Yes. It's quite rare to see a color like this. Thank you for allowing me to see such a momentous sight. Also, what do you think of the handleguards? I glanced at the handleguards to see they're different depending on what side you see. From what I had learned of you, son of Muzan, you have the ability to change your eye color, if I am correct? Yes. I was able to find a way to do this about 2 years ago. When I'm not fighting, I try to keep it green and no different than a normal humans to avoid stares. But when I fight, that tends to no longer be the case with it being red like a normal demon's. Well, I had taken that into consideration, as when it is sheathed, the handguard looks almost as if a normal human's eye if you are looking at it with the bottom of the blade frontwards. If you unsheath it and show the tip of the blade first, it would look more like a demon's eye though. I sheathed both blades before immediately bowing to the man. Thank you, Chief Techikawara. Why thank you? The chief got up to pat my head and speak kindly to me. You truly are a nice kid, and it was an honor for me to make the first actual demon that's become a demon slayer's blades. But with that in mind, you break my blades and I'll end you. Got it? Yes, sir. I panicked and spoke louder than I should have. Good. Then I'll be on my way. The chief left rather fast, with the 3 of us staring at the door somewhat in awe at this action. Well, why don't you put on your uniform, Izuku? I also have a gift me and Kane had made personally for you. Okay. I walked into the other room where I had my uniform kept until the day I got my blades. I immediately placed it on and came outside with my swords on my sides. Once I came out, both Shinobu and Kaneo smiled at me with joy plastered on their faces. Now that you're officially a member of the Demon Slayer Corps, this is sorta a congratulatory gift from me and Ken. Shinobu gave me a Haori that was black with parts that were gray to almost look like a gray butterfly. That Haori was made to replicate mine and my sister's, but more darker since your breathing style is far different than ours. Consider yourself a black butterfly. I glanced at the Haori in the mirror to smile at how it looked. Thank you. It looks amazing. Before we could get any farther in our moment, my crow came in through a window to perch on my head. Izuku. You must go southwest of here to vanquish a demon. Children are disappearing. Every night, a child disappears, never to be seen again. You must hurry. Well, I guess this is now your first mission as a demon slayer. I headed out of the mansion to try and get to the area my crow was talking about. Wait, Izuku. I stopped a moment for Shinobu to button one of my buttons and adjusting how my Haori was placed. I can't always be part of your job, but the least I can do is make sure you leave on the right foot. Thank you. Shinobu pulled away and smiled at me before allowing me off. Thanks for everything. I ran out as fast as I could with my crow following me. Hurry. You must go southwest. Okay. I'm going. With that, my journey began as quickly as my life in the butterfly mansion ended. Little did I know, my war with the demons would begin here as well with me at the center. Izuku POV. I arrived at the town my crow had told me my mission was to see everyone in it looking a little somber. Almost as if they were scared of something. As I walked, I was bumped into by a woman that looked very exhausted. Sorry. I looked up at her to see the woman stare at me in fear. She knelt down to me and held my shoulders. I don't know who you are or where your parents are, but get out of this town. It isn't safe for you or any children. You hear me? Leave this place now. All right, lady. Don't scare the kid. A pro hero came over to pull the woman away with him, looking a little freaked out as well. Weird. I wonder if this had anything to do with the demon in the town? I began looking around to see the place looking almost suburban from what Shinobu taught me about what it looked like. All around the streets, I noticed several pro heroes talking with what looked like parents. Please, tell me if there's any news of my little boy. She was right next to me. She disappeared right next to me. Please, help me find my little girl. Ma'am, we're doing everything we can to find your children. I'm sorry, but you have to be patient with us. From what it seemed, everyone who had a child had them disappear before their eyes. Dear God, please, I don't want to lose my child. Somebody make this end. I came in front of a woman who was holding a little girl no older than 5 on the verge of a panic attack. Thinking there was nobody else to start with, I decided to ask her about what's going on. Excuse me, ma'am. I was wondering if you could tell me what's going on here? She looked up to me and began panicking. I don't know who you are, but leave this place now, kid. This isn't a safe town. Go somewhere else, go to the city, go anywhere but here. It's okay. I know this place isn't safe. That's why I'm here to help. Help? Ha. You want to help? Haha. The woman began losing her mind with how quickly she was able to change to laughter. Nobody can help us. This town's cursed. All the children under the age of 11 are driven off to somewhere with nobody able to tell where. Each night, at least one kid goes missing. I don't know what's happening, but my little girl said she heard singing last night. I don't know why, but she heard it and I didn't. I don't want to lose my little girl. The girl looked up at her mother with some unease. Mommy? It's okay. But in order to help, I need as much help from you as I can. I promise I'll see an end to what's happening. I came here specifically for that. Looking at me, the woman noticed my uniform and swords. That outfit? I saw someone wearing the same thing when I was a little girl. He said there was a demon in the town I grew up in and was causing unexplained deaths. Are you like him? Yes. Now, can you please show me where some of the disappearances happened? The woman nodded to take me towards one of the homes of the victims. Just from outside the residence, I felt a strange presence. It wasn't significant, more like a small trace of what the demon was. In total, there's been 12 children that went missing that I know about. I keep hearing from other people thought that they lost their own child, so I can easily assume that there could be more. Thank you. Can you show me more areas where the disappearances happened? The woman agreed for her and her daughter to guide me. We continued this walk around the town for most of the day with me carrying her daughter when she got tired. As this happened, I had learned next to nothing outside of what the woman told me with nightfall soon coming. Later that evening, the sun's going down. Now would be about time for the demon to show up. Excuse me, but can we please pick this up tomorrow? The woman looked at me with fear in her eyes. Right now would be when a curfew the town passed recently has all children indoors. I'm sorry if I can't be of any help. It's okay. I don't mind. Mr. Shrubman. The little girl walked up to me and smiled. Promise me I'll see you again? She gave her pinky out for me to smile. I promise. I locked pinkies with her before I started to hear a strange sound. Weird. Do you hear that? I looked up at the woman for her to seem confused. Hear what? The song. What song? There's someone singing. It sounds nice. I mentioned for the woman's daughter to begin walking away. I grabbed her to look at the girl and see her eyes completely dull like she was in a trance. You okay? Sweetheart? The woman took her daughter to see her stare blankly into space. Sweetie, look at me. Say something. She didn't say anything with the song soon coming to its end before a hand came out of nowhere to take the daughter into the forest. So it reveals itself now? My baby. The lady ran into the woods after her daughter with me, not being far behind. I passed the woman fairly easily thanks to Kane's training to spook the woman. Holy crap, the kid's fast. Once I was deep enough into the forest, I noticed the demon responsible holding the girl by her neck. She seemed to be a pale-looking woman with long hair that held eyes similar to that of a goat's. So you're the one responsible for all this. Let the girl go now. I reached for my Nichiren swords with the demon smiling. Ah, so you're a demon slayer. I guess it was about time for me to move. However, you're young enough to be affected by my sounds. How are you not a mindless puppet like the girl here? She started swinging around the girl to anger me immensely. My eyes started to show themselves for the demon to go pale. And master, she immediately dropped the girl to the ground and bowed to me on her hands and knees with her head on the ground. My lord, if I would have known it was you, I would have never spoken so rudely. Please, forgive me. I looked at her confused before the demon opened her robe. As to your orders, I've been ending humans. Anyone above 10 tastes revolting to me, so I've been happily gorging myself on the children of this town. In total, I've eaten a total of 50 children alone with my method. Soon, I'll go to the next town and repeat the process. I promise I'll make you proud. My baby. The woman finally caught up with us to stop when she saw the heads of the children that died. Oh, you monster. How could you do that to innocent children? The demon glared at the woman in irritation before standing up. How dare you take that tone with me, filthy human? She began inhaling for her chest to expand a bit. Blood demon art, banshee crying echo. A loud noise was heard for it to ring my ears and send the woman flying into the air. Don't worry. I've got you. I jumped into the air to catch her and land on the ground for the demon to raise an eyebrow. You're not my lord. Who are you? I pulled both my swords out and got into a fighting stance. I'm the demon slayer that's going to put an end to you. Third-person POV. Izuku charged at the demon for her to smile before sending another sound-based attack towards him. The force of it made Izuku's eardrums feel like they were about to rupture before the demon came towards Izuku to kick him into a tree. I don't know who you are or why I can sense my master's blood in you, but if you get in my way of feasting on the brat then I will end you. My baby. The woman went running for her child to see her bleeding still in the dazed state she was in. Trying to help, the mother covered the areas where the cuts were for the demon to become agitated. Don't sully my meal with your disgusting stench, hag. The demon prepared for another attack before noticing Izuku came from behind her. Cursed breathing, third form, heaven's black lightning. The roar of thunder came for a flash of light to blind everyone. To Izuku, however, he noticed the demon pulled away just in time to avoid her neck being severed and only lost an arm. You brat. She grabbed Izuku to knee him in the stomach and make him lose the wind in his lungs. I'll effing end you. The demon's arm started to heal up before coming at Izuku's head. In response, Izuku activated another breathing style to swirl his arms around. Cursed breathing, fourth form. Night wind current slash. The attack severed the demon's hands to free Izuku before he regained his footing to charge at her. Now, cursed breathing, second form, black rotting flames. Izuku slashed diagonally upwards from his left side for both blades to slice through the demon's torso and release the heads she held as trophies. Seeing that she would be unable to move, Izuku took this as an opportunity to learn of 2 demons he wanted to find. You won't be able to heal so well with that last attack. It stifles your healing factor because of the children's souls that you devoured. So I want you to answer my questions. Where can I find the upper two of the 12 Kazuki as well as Muzan Kibutsuji? The demon looked up to Izuku and began remembering something that had happened. A pact, so to speak, that she made with her master. No matter what, you must never talk of me to anyone. I can't say it. She started crying for some reason with her breathing going sporadic. I can't tell you anything. I just can't. This confused Izuku for him to let his guard down a little before seeing the arm of the demon heal back and attack. I said I can't dash. Before it could end him, Izuku severed the demon's head for its body to incinerate into nothing. Sigh, a dead end. At least that's one less demon that's ending people. Izuku walked over to the child with several heroes coming from the town. Is she okay? She was cut up from the drop, but she'll be okay. Ick, my baby. I don't know what I would have done if I lost her. Sniffle, thank you. I don't know why you did it, but thank you. Remembering his family, Izuku started to tear up a little. Make sure you and your daughter get somewhere safe. It's still not safe even though the demon's dead. Izuku started to walk away before the woman shouted at him. Wait. She stood up with heroes behind her coming to see him stop. Just who are you and why did you stick your neck out to save my daughter and everyone in this town? You're not a hero, so what are you? Me. Izuku turned to smile at everyone. I'm someone that has lost everything to know the tragedy everyone else has. He turned back around before walking away and sheathing his swords. Make sure the heads of those kids are given a proper rest by their families. I leave that in you heroes' hands. Izuku walked off with the light of the moon being his only friend. As he did, his Kasugai crow came down to roost on his head. Your next mission. Go southwest towards the city. There is a demon that is threatening the people. I just finished my first mission. Can't I at least rest? You can rest when the demons are dead. Now get moving. The crow cawed and pecked Izuku's head for him to understand and try to shoo it off. Okay, but you don't need to peck me. Izuku began running with the crow flying as a guide. Well, Shinobu, I hope that the journey going forward for both of us is fortunate for someone. Because this crow is going to be the death of me if this is its thought process with demons. So how far is it? You must run all night and most of tomorrow to reach the city. Can't we get a cab or something? No. Now get moving. It will be done, my lord. The demon disappeared from Muzan to begin walking away, clearly enraged. Izuku Midoriya. I do not know why you are foolish enough to think you stand a chance against me, but your blood will not go to waste when I find you. He faded into the darkness of the night for his whereabouts to be unknown to all who search for him. The next morning, Izuku POV. After receiving my new orders, I arrive at Mustafar to see the city hustling with a large amount of people on the streets. As I walked down, I began seeing several thugs try to steal from a convenience store to be met by a pro hero. You've gone far enough, villains. Take this. The pro attacked them with a quirk that could turn their arms into rubber to force a fight to break out in the middle of the walkway. I have no time for this. I need to meet up with the police commission and some pros about a scene they found last night. I ignored the fight and began walking through it to get to my main objective. Kid, get out of there. The pro shouted for one of the villains to try attacking for me to dodge all his attacks with little effort before walking towards the end of the fight with all villains attacking me. You little punk. In retaliation to them coming after me, I grabbed a nearby garbage can and tossed it at them to force all three to lose their focus and hit the ground. Maybe next time you'll try not to get in someone else's way that's in a hurry. I want to at least get a little rest before nightfall when my job starts. I continued down the road with the pro hero in awe before trying to stop me. Hey kid, stop. You're in a lot of trouble dash. I'll handle it, Elastic Man. I turned around to see a guy that looked like a hobo walk out of the audience with goggles on. Eraser? What's an underground hero doing out and about right now? To make a long story short, I have to talk with this kid with the police. Not a fan of being awake right now, but you need to do what you must. The guy walked over to lead me towards the police station. When we were out of reach of prying ears, he began talking. You're the member of the demon-slaying corps that they sent, correct? Yes. The man glanced me up and down for a moment before continuing to walk. Aren't you a little small to be a demon slayer? Aren't you a little bummish looking to be a hero? Fair enough. My name's Shota Aizawa, by the way, but my hero name is Eraserhead. Izuku Midoriya. We continued to walk before arriving at the police station. There, Eraser led me to a back room where the chief, a guy wearing leather and a woman that looked like she worked as a prostitute in her spare time were waiting. Late again, Eraser? Shut up, Mike. I took a seat in the chair in front of the chief of the police as the prostitute woman stared at me. So, does anyone want to tell me why a child is here? I thought we were waiting for a demon slayer. You're looking at him, prostitute lady? The leather man and Eraser started to hold back a laugh as I explained who I was. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Early last night after completing my previous mission, I was told by my Kasugai Crow to come to this city upon the request of the police and hero board. I pulled out my Nikarin swords as proof I was telling the truth. These swords should be all the proof you need. The chief stared at the swords before nodding. Very well. Let's begin. He passed a case file with pictures of 3 men that were brutally murdered as well as what looked like a mesh of flesh and blood on the ground. Last night at about 1 o'clock hours, Pro Heroes Eraserhead, Present Mike and Midnight had discovered the remains of 4 victims. 2 had suffered severe head injuries from what looked like a punch, with one also having his hand shattered, while the third was kicked hard enough for him to be split almost in 2. But as far as you're telling me, there's no reason to believe that a demon did this. From what I can tell, this is probably a homicidal villain. That is until an autopsy report had presented itself with the final victim. From what we can gather, the mesh of what was a human had gone under severe body mutations that led to the body's collapse from a cellular level. Damage done like this would need to be years in the making, with the cells discovered being that of a demon's as to what we can tell. Not only that, but the remains had combusted when shown to daylight to solidify evidence that we are dealing with a demon for all 4. Looking at the ends, I didn't understand why a demon would end and then walk away. The fact the demon didn't end is strange. However, I know only one demon that can cause damage like this. If he's here, you've got a lot more problems than street thugs turning to goop on your hands. What do you suggest? I thought of what to do before thinking of how to proceed. My best guess is going to be investigate on the streets tonight. I can't tell you for certain anything until I get a better gauge on the city at night. For now, try and make sure you get civilians off the streets during the night. That way we can avoid unnecessary deaths. Also, try to avoid having cops that have families or anyone that would be very skeptical and want exact answers for causes of death. Understood. With that mentioned, I started to yawn and lean back in the chair. Are you all right? Yeah. I've just been going for a while and I haven't been sleeping well. If you want, you can stay with me until nightfall. It's not a large apartment, but it's the closest to the station. The woman that I assumed was Midnight mentioned for me to shrug. Better than sleeping on a chair. I hopped off the seat and followed her out to her apartment complex, where I was able to rest until sunset. Later that evening, third-person POV. Upon getting up after an alarm went off, Midnight came out of her bedroom to see Izuku finishing getting ready. Don't you want to sleep a little more? I'll sleep when I release Muzan Kibutsuji's head from his shoulders. Morbid. How old are you? 10 twice. Midnight stared at the young demon slayer before grabbing a cup of coffee that she had set to start 10 minutes before she woke up. She grabbed a cup and sat down on a chair in front of Izuku. Tell me, kid, why did you join the demon slayers at such a young age? You're still a little kid. Don't you have a mother that worries for you? A father? Siblings? Izuku looked away ashamed before answering. I lost my family when I was 4 to humans that wanted to see me dead. I lost everyone that I held dear that day, with the only people that were able to save me being part of the Demon Slayer Corps. Why did people want to end you? Midnight asked as she noticed Izuku's eyes turn red. What are you? I'm not exactly human, but not a demon either. As far as I can tell, I'm somewhere in between. I began my training and finished it a few months ago. I don't know why I was born exactly, but none of this would have happened if Muzan Kibutsuji didn't force my mother to conceive me. If so, my family would still be alive today. Not only that, but he's responsible for all the demons in existence. If he wasn't around, innocent people wouldn't have to die or suffer by demons. As such, I want to make it a point to become the demon slayer that defeats Muzan Kibutsuji. Midnight looked astonished as Izuku said this to smile at him. You hold a lot of dedication and discipline. I honestly thought you were born into this and did this without obligation. I'm sorry you had to deal with what you did. It's not why our fault. You didn't pull the dash. Izuku stopped when he sensed something coming to stand. What's wrong? Something's coming. Immediately, Izuku pulled his twin Nichiren swords to have a demon come through the window and attack Izuku. Wow. Guess you're quicker on your reflexes than I thought you were. The demon looked pale white with black lines going down his eyes. His fingers looked like claws for Midnight to hardly understand what's happening. What is that thing? The demon stared at him in irritation before going right for the pro hero. You look like you'll taste delicious. Curse breathing, first form, cursed cross purge. Izuku slashed off the demon's arms before landing directly in front of Midnight. You want to fight someone? Then fight me, you damned monster. The demon began laughing a little before his hands started regrowing. Oh wow, scary. Tell me something, Demon Slayer. Why does my lord want you to be brought to him alive? What makes you so special as a demon slayer to force me to take you to him with you still having your life? Izuku let out a breath before staring with demonic eyes at the demon. You want to find out? Then come and make me tell you. Third-person POV. As the crash was heard, Aizawa and Mike came running out of the police station to look over towards the area they heard it. There, they saw what looked like a pale creature being thrown out of an apartment complex and sent down into the ground. Wanting to make sure whatever it was wasn't hurt too badly, both came towards the area to see the demon get up and start laughing. Now this is a fight. Show me what you have, Demon Slayer. The demon began running back towards Izuku for him to hop out of the hole the demon made and attack him. The two collided with both attacking in a midair battle. Blow for slash. Both matched one another as the demon continued to laugh. Curse breathing, second form, black rotting flames. Izuku gave a sideways slash to try and take out the monster's neck only to have it miss and take off its forearm. As the demon tried to heal it, he noticed the hand wasn't healing as quickly and only at about half the level it normally is. What did you do to me? I slowed your healing. Izuku landed on his feet before standing off and wiping the blood off his cheek from his first encounter with the demon and his blades. My breathing style is very unique in a way that I can do certain things to your body that most demon slayers can't. Now, let's see if I can cut that second arm off. Izuku stormed towards the demon for him to pull his blades back. Now, third form, Heaven's Black Lightning. The slash downwards caused a massive thunder crack to be heard before the demon used his unique skills to block the attack. You damned brat. I'll make you pay for underestimating me. The demon's hand finally healed back for him to hold his fingers out at Izuku. Blood demon art. Piecing fingers. In a flash, 5 holes were made in Izuku's body. Each was towards a specific joint in his arms to make holding his blade more difficult. How do you like that, Demon Slayer? Now you can't hold your weapons so easily. Izuku immediately pulled back and felt unbearable pain from the attacks to see his arms starting to bleed out. I got careless. Hurts, doesn't it? My lord told me you have to be alive, but he never said you had to be in one piece. The judge. Oh yeah. Mike sent a sonic wave at the demon had to hold its ears to avoid. In anger, he looked at Mike to begin charging. Before he could, however, Aizawa wrapped a capture weapon made to look like a scarf around the demon and held him back with a street light post. I'm not letting you do as you please, monster. Now furious, the demon grabbed the scarf and started pulling it towards him. With little for brute strength, Aizawa started to get pulled closer and closer. To add to some help, Midnight came down from her apartment to grab her friend with Mike joining in. Filthy insects. Die. The demon barely noticed Izuku come charging with his body spinning in a circular motion to wind up for another breathing form. Cursed breathing, 7th form, God's judgment. Having an ominous feeling from the attack, the demon tried to dodge and let it hit Aizawa's gear to burn it off him and make a large slash that wasn't physically possible with the width of the blade itself. Just missed. Damned brat. The demon sent another attack from his finger spears for Izuku to block this one and be sent into Aizawa. The pro was able to catch the young demon slayer and slide back. You should stay back, kid. We can handle it from here. I'm fine. I can keep going. Izuku stood up to anger Aizawa to make him grab Izuku by the arm. Your arm has holes in it. Stay back and dash. He stopped speaking midway when he noticed Izuku's arms almost completely healed from the puncture wounds. How the hell did you even heal that fast? I'm not a normal human and let's leave it at that. Izuku began taking breaths in before staring at the demon. Total concentration. He stormed towards the demon with his blades out, prepared to slice its head off, with the monster preparing for another attack. Now I get it. I see why you're so special to my lord. Izuku attacked the demon for his fingers to block and hold them at a stalemate. You're not a human. But you still smell like one even though. So are you a human who was transformed or a demon that thinks he's still a human? Ha! Izuku parried off the blades to come directly at the demon's neck to try and slice it off, to barely miss again. I'm not a demon, but I'm not a human completely either. All you need to know is I'm a demon slayer that's going to end Muzan Kibutsuji. Izuku stared with his blood-red eyes at the demon before speaking again. I also know you're watching this through his eyes. Let me just say right now that you're going to regret cursing my mother with me. For it's because of your act that she gave birth to the demon slayer that's going to end you. You hear me? I'm going to be the man that will end your reign of terror. There was a silence with all three pro-heroes as well as the demon hearing this, for nobody to dare say a word. This was stopped however when the demon began laughing. You think you can take down him of all people? That's ridiculous. My lord would end you in less than a heartbeat. The only reason I haven't ended you yet is because he asked me to keep you alive. Though since you've proved to me that injuring you in areas that would cripple a human won't work. The demon disappeared before reappearing right beside Izuku. I'll have to resort to more draconical methods. The demon slammed his fingers into Izuku's right arm for him to feel unbearable pain. I'll start by ripping off this arm. Damn it. I didn't see him. I need to use my ace card for this. Adjusting his left hand to have the katana in it point at the demon, Izuku breathed in before using total concentration. Cursed breathing, 8th form. He slammed the blade into the demon's heart while shouting at the top of his lungs. Flesh rotting pierce. Nice try, kid, but it'll take more than a cutesy attack to defeat Ga. The demon coughed up blood to feel a strange sensation on his stomach. Looking down, the demon began to notice the flesh around his body start to decay with no apparent reason. How can this happen? All you did was stab me. What did you do, kid? My breathing style uses the souls of your own victims as kindle for its abilities. This one, as long as I'm connected to you, the souls that are of those you've devoured will continue to devour your body until there's nothing left of you. You think this will do something? I'll just heal it and dash. Your healing won't work so long as it's active. In the years of developing this breathing style, I found ways to work around the human limitations that demon slayers have to overcome. Thanks to this, I've been able to adjust what I need to do to complete my job. Izuku began remembering back to his training with Kane to remember the cultivation of this trick and the challenges he has to face from it. Flashback 2 years ago. You want me to what? Hold my hand while I try to pull my hand away. Izuku stared at his master confused before asking. I'm not questioning your methods, but what is the purpose of this? Your one breathing form consists of you stabbing a demon and using that as a catalyst for corroding the body, correct? Izuku nodded for Kane to continue. As such, you would need to constantly remain on the demon until it finishes. Once they realize what's happening, demons will shake you off. Being naturally stronger than humans, this will be a hindrance to you and you'll have to find ways to make certain they do not. If they also have had this happen to them once already, any demon will be wary of you when they see you activate this breathing style again. As such, you must find a way to defeat them while you are connected if you must rely on this technique. I guess it works. Izuku held onto Kane's hand firmly as she waited for him to say he was ready to start. I'm ready. Good, go. In one shot, Kane threw Izuku off and into a pile of hay. Well, that was a bust. Let's do it again until you can last a solid minute, as your power needs to complete this. Oh, yes ma'am. Back to present. 30 seconds passed since Izuku stabbed the demon for him now to panic. He started pulling his hand out of Izuku for his muscles to keep the spears in his shoulder. Let go, brat. Not until you're dead. In anger, the demon began activating his blood demon art for his other hand, with it being wrapped and pulled past Izuku. Looking where the binds were connected to see Aizawa, Mike and Midnight pulling the binds as a way to keep Izuku going. You filthy humans. I'll enjoy ripping your entrails. The demon spat out blood with his head now altering and deforming from the act. Seeing the corrosion finally getting past the neck, Izuku pulled his blade out of the demon's torso to watch his work happen. There's no use trying to heal now, the connection to your head is severed from the inside out. Your body will begin to break apart now. Oh. I still had so much I wanted to do for him. Lord Muzan, please forgive me my lord for not completing what you desired me to. The demon then stared at Izuku. You disgusting little brat. Enjoy your victory while you can, for soon my lord will be the one laughing and enjoying your death. I may have been difficult for you, but I'm nowhere near the top of the peak for demons. Just wait till you have one of the 12 Kazuki following you. I can guarantee that those demons will end you and all you could do is attempt to fight back with only angering some. But if you even think you could handle my master, he'll end you before you could even understand what's going on. That being is the god of this world, and you are merely a piece of trash under his foot that he will take great pleasure in watching you be taken out of his way. Good luck, kid, you'll need it. The demon turned to dust as he spoke these final words with Izuku falling back as the spear's eye his arm disappeared. Kid. Aizawa ran over to cover Izuku's injuries before seeing him try to stand. Don't even try to stand up right now. Just stay exactly where you are and we'll help you out. It'll heal on its own dash. That's not the point right now. That demon pierced major spots in your arm where your joints are. If you don't let us set it properly, you'll do more damage to your arm than there already is. Midnight and Mike came over to see what they could do with making sure Izuku's arm was aligned. As they did, the DJ hero began to see Izuku's injuries slowly heal and close themselves. I'm not the only one seeing this, am I? Everyone looked to see it look almost like a fast forward on a human body how it would heal. Looking deeper, Midnight noticed areas where the bone and ligaments were destroyed to repair themselves as if nothing happened. Shattered fragments were pushed back into place, severed ligaments reattached themselves, muscle formed over and the hole that went through began to close itself up. So this is the power of a half-demon. Amazing. It depends how you look at it as amazing. I still feel the pain in my body and it's agonizing feeling my body do this. Izuku explained with Midnight now more intrigued. So is this a normal speed for your healing? Oh. Normally it would heal slower than this, but I'm focusing my breathing into the healing process too so it would close faster and hold less harm for my life. If I was unconscious, this process would also be significantly slower since I'm not conscious to know what is healing to focus on it. If you lost a limb, would you be able to restore it? Aizawa asked for Izuku to feel uneasy answering. No, and I don't plan to try it anytime soon. Any other questions about my healing? I've got one, but it's not about your healing. Mike asked for Izuku to look at him. That demon mentioned something called the 12 Kazuki. What are they? 12 of the most powerful demons that are directly under Muzan Kibutsuji. From what I'm aware of their status aspect is, the lower moons have one of their eyes holding a number from lower 6 to lower 1. Meanwhile, the upper moons hold their number on both eyes from upper 6 to upper 1. The lower moons are normally the ones that die as the upper moons have lived on for a long time, unable to be equaled. Even by our Hashira. Most Hashira that have died in the past did so to an upper moon. This though is to be expected since there has been no evidence of their ranks changing for the last almost 1300 years in our books. I know it's 1000 in the story, but this is in modern times which is over 200 years easily from the T-show era. Oh, that's what I call a long grudge. You don't know the half of it. Izuku's Kasugai crow came down to perch on his chest for everyone to look at it. Karasu, do you have another mission for me already? Your next mission will take you west of this city. Take the night to rest at the Wisteria family in nearby. There, you will be meeting the demon slayer Kyojiro Rengoku and assisting him in his next mission. Fight well and learn from the flame-breathing demon slayer well. Did that thing just talk? Everyone shouted with Karasu hopping off Izuku to let him up. I wish you all the best of luck. Miss Midnight. The pro looked over to see Izuku rummaging in his pocket to hand something to her. Report the damages to this number and explain the situation. Afterwards, none of you speak of what you saw again. Nobody will believe you even if you do, but it's better for everyone if you just keep quiet about these events. Izuku began walking away while following his crow to get a few blocks down and finding the crest of the Demon Slayer Corps main branch. When he knocked, a woman let him in and led him to a room with a man that held yellow hair with red tints that almost looked like fire with a rather confident look. I see you've come. It is nice to meet you at last. My comrade in arms for this mission. It's nice to meet you. My name is Izuku Midoriya. You are? Kyojiro Rengoku. Why don't we share a round of these tasty bento boxes prepared by the owner of the house as a tribute to our newfound partnership? I hear that they put sweet potatoes in them. I would love to sit down and eat something after the start of the night I had. The two sat down and began going over what their mission was with their Kasugai crows and would head out first thing tomorrow after both were rested enough. I held my Nichiren swords close to me before taking a deep breath. Let him. Taking a few steps forward, I stopped to speak to Karasu. For now, stay out here. If I don't make it out by the time the sun is fully in the sky, send a request for backup and a retrieval team to the core, okay? Understood. But please be careful out there. I nodded as I began walking into the forest. Upon entering, I noticed a sign that spoke of caution about suicide. Life is a precious thing given to us by our parents. One more time, let's calmly think about our parents, siblings and children. Don't be troubled by yourself, please confide into someone. From what it sounded like, the people that did were notably messed up in the head before coming here. Kinda a bad thing to tell me of all people if I was to end myself here. I wonder if willingly going into a nest of demons would be deemed suicidal though? I thought about this as I continued in. Considering most of the victims were most likely committing suicide, it's probably best to head off the path markers to find the demons. I pulled the rope over my head and began walking towards the open area. As I traveled the forest, there was an unsettling silence around me as if nothing in the world was responding. It felt creepy and almost to the point I wanted to walk away. Fortunately for me, I was able to keep my cool to keep walking. Hello. I spoke up trying to break the silence. Is anyone still alive out here? I couldn't hear anything as I tried to find some of the other demon slayers that were sent here. If anyone is still alive, please tell me so I can help. I was met again with silence for this to unnerve me. Just how many core members died here before it was registered to investigate? Would you like to find out? Giggle, I heard someone speak up to grip my blades. Who's there? I kept hearing whispers around for nobody to show themselves. Step out so I can see you. But I'm already able to be seen. I looked up where the voice was coming from to see a woman in a kunoichi outfit sitting on a tree with chains all around her. The most notable thing about her though was her one eye holding the words lower 5 on them. You're one of the 12 Kazuki, aren't you? Oh yes. And you're a new demon slayer. I'll have the privilege of ripping their organs out and draping over a tree. That is, if you survive to reach me. What are you talking about? The demon began to giggle as she explained. In this forest, there are several demons ready to help me. In exchange, I offer them food and power. A fair trade if you ask me. Well, it ends here. I'm going to end you and bring at least some order back to this forest. I pulled my Nichiren swords out with the demon now on the verge of laughing hysterically. Do you honestly think you can restore order to this place? Take a look at the signs outside and tell me if there is any order. People come here to die. If that's the case, we're just simply helping those that want to disappear from the world. Some even helping end their lives. Accept it. No matter how hard you try, you won't be able to restore anything in this forest. People will still die and you'll be joining that death total here, just like the other demon slayers before you. The demon disappeared for a moment with the strange sense of danger coming behind me to turn and see a hook coming near me. I blocked it and tried to determine where the demon's attack came from. But if you're so insistent on trying to end me, then try it if you dare. I heard her voice right next to my ear to slash towards it and have the demon jump back. I didn't even know she was there. This demon's not only strong from what I can tell, but also quiet. So this is one of the 12 Kazuki. I glanced at the demon with my eyes to see a thick sludge of human souls tied to the demon reaching their hands out to ask for my help. Far too many died at her hands. I need to do something about this. I'll be heading into the forest. If you want to find me, reach the base of Mt. Fuji. There, you'll find a cave I made as my home. Farewell, Demon Slayer. I hope you'll put up more of a fight than the others before you. The demon disappeared as fast as she came to give me an incentive to try and chase after. The base of the mountain is where she is, huh? Is she that confident I can't end her? I couldn't help but think what was going on before shaking my head. Focus on the task at hand. Get to the base, slay the demon, and leave. That's all you should focus on. Funny, coming from a dead man. A demon came out of nowhere for me to dodge them and slice their head off with a single slash. That demon wasn't that strong. Was there some reason why? Smart of you to tell. Too bad you're dead meat. Another demon came at me for it to force me to dodge by jumping backwards. There's a status quote here. The weaker and newer demons are near the front of the forest, while the stronger are deeper in towards the back. Not that it'll do you any good as you're gonna die here. It came at me again for me to use Curse Breathing's third form to slice its neck and end the demon. So the only demons I'll face here are fodder demons basically. The deeper I'll go, the stronger the demons I'll face will be. I've got no choice. I'll have to make a beeline to the mountain and end any demon that crosses me. I began running towards the mountain with more demons coming towards me. I made quick work of them with the amount of skill needed to take them out as I kept going was getting more and more. Fortunately for me, I was able to take these out with no effort before getting to about a midway point between the entrance and the mountain. I sat down and tried to calm down and focus a little better. I leaned back and took a moment to catch my breath. As I did, my mind started to remember some of my past and an old dance that I saw from my mother in my mind. One that seemed strange to me since we did it in the middle of the winter. My mind was so caught up in it that I couldn't hear the demon that came towards me to just barely sense its presence before it went and crushed my head. I jumped away with it smiling at me. You're fast. Not bad for a brat. I took a deep breath and used total concentration. Cursed breathing, 7th form, God's judgment. I was able to slice into the demon's neck. However, he was able to push the blade downwards with brute strength before laughing at me. Did you honestly think that would work? It stopped mid-sentence before having its own head fall off. What? I pushed the blade away from my spine before it could decapitate me. How the hell did you do this? 7th form, God's judgment doesn't work the same way as some of my others. Thanks to it, I'm able to slice a demon's neck off if I'm only an inch off. In short, you lost before you could deflect my attack. You bastard! The demon disappeared with it giving me a bit of a breather. I need to head to the mountain's foot now. I continued to head towards the direction with hopes to take out the demon quickly and get out of the area as soon as possible. Meanwhile at Demon Slayer headquarters, third-person POV. As Izuku began his fight, Obuyashiki had taken actions in response to his most recent reports of MT Fuji. Thank you both for coming. It has come to my attention that the matter at MT Fuji has taken far too many of our demon slayers and would require Hashira-level help. Being the most recent to join our ranks, I hope you two are aware that I had only requested you since you are both between missions and are on standby. In front of him, two people wearing white Haoris over the demon slayer uniform. The first was a small slender man with dark hair, a face covering for his mouth and a snake around his neck. The more notable thing about him was his heterochromia eyes that resembled a snake's. The second was a rather developed woman that held uniquely pink hair with the ends being green. Her uniform was a slight variant that helped emphasize her features. It is no trouble at all, master. We only hope that you are doing well right now. The man spoke with Obuyashiki smiling at them. Iguro. Mitsuri. Inside the forest, there is a boy named Izuku Midoriya. Though he does not seem like much, he has proven time and time again in the 2 years he's been in the Corps that he is determined to our cause. If at all possible, I'd like you to keep him safe if you can. Yes, sir. But what does he look like? One of the children beside Obuyashiki passed a picture to the two to show Izuku sitting beside their master enjoying a snack that was taken about a few months back. Oh my gosh, he's adorable. Mitsuri thought to herself as Iguro stared at it blankly. Why is this child so important? You will know when you see him, Iguro. Both understood to bow before leaving for MT Fuji. I do not know what you are doing on MT Fuji at this moment, but please stay strong, Izuku. Shinobu and Kayajuro would feel terrible heartache if you were to leave us. Third-person POV. The trip to the foot of MT Fuji was long and agonizing. Izuku had faced over a dozen more demons before arriving at the cave the demon he faced near the entrance told him of. As she said also, the demons closer towards the foot were far more dangerous than the ones he faced in the beginning. Some would even possibly give Shinobu a run for her money in his opinion maybe. Finally though, he found the cave and began entering inside. Walking downwards in, he noticed a light and a strange humming. Once he turned a corner to see the source, he was met by the demon humming and pouring tea with 5 corpses of people wearing the core uniform. You have my respect coming this far. Not many have the privilege to do so. Izuku stared at the corpses with disgust as some were already rotting to make an odor. Just what kind of sociopath is this woman? You like my dolls? Dolls? Yes. Those who come this far are made into my own dolls. Unfortunately, not many could get this far for many of my older ones to start falling apart. But I can tell you're different. Unlike these weaker dolls, you're strong. That's why I have an offer for you. Izuku raised an eyebrow before 2 cups were filled, and he was given one and told to sit. Taking one smell, he could tell it was blood. Why don't you become a demon? Excuse me? Watching you, I can see you're so much more than a demon slayer. You're strong, dependable, and so adorable. Believe it or not, I just love the young hard-working type. They make me feel safe. The demon disappeared before moving Izuku's chair to sit on his lap. Think about it. You have no worry for food. I'll let you live in this cave with me. In exchange, you become mine in body and soul. Her hands went down Izuku's cheek for him to stare at her with anger. You think I'm so gullible to become the one thing I hate so much? You don't know how far I've gone to be what I am. I see. Before he could gauge her response, a hook latched into his right bicep and dragged him out of the cave into a tree. I guess I'll have to show you just where you stand against me. Izuku's body began to shake from the sudden thrust out of the cave with his hands unable to grip his blades right. What just happened? Am I scared? I didn't even see her move. Is this what a member of the 12 Kizuki can do? What's wrong? Scared already? Oh, but the fun just started. The demon's hand raised up with a smile being on her face. Blood demon art, chains of the underworld. Several chains came at Izuku for him to watch in fear with his body unable to move. Move, damn it. He stabbed his own foot with his Nichiren sword to focus his attention on pain instead of fear to jump away from the attacks. Once he was safely out of harm's way, the demon once again began clapping. Nicely done. Not many of the demon slayers I've faced have done something similar. These were some unique people, but what you did now just made your death all the more painful. Let's see how you handle more. The demon came with several other chains with hooks on them to try and slice Izuku apart. Fortunately for him, his senses were able to find a way around and get close enough to be in swinging distance in between them. You were a fool to come to this forest. This is my domain. My fortress. A chain came directly at Izuku from the shadows of a tree to cut his side and narrowly rip into his stomach. As long as I'm in here, I can beat even a Hashira. I need to go on the offensive. I can't keep evading. Izuku adjusted his stance to begin using his breathing style. Cursed breathing, 4th form. Night wind current slash. The chains around him were knocked away to create an opening towards the demon. This is my chance. Izuku ran as fast as he could towards the chain using monster for her to smile at him. What an idiot. A chain came from underground for it to burst through Izuku's left kneecap, leveling him on the ground. You honestly thought that would work? You couldn't be more stupid. As I said, this is my domain. No matter where you are here, my chains latch onto whatever I choose them to. Izuku tried to get up with the demon standing in front of him. Oh, what's the matter? Can't fight me without a kneecap. If you were a demon, that would heal instantly. Cursed breathing, pant 5th form. Izuku lunged at the demon in hopes to paralyze her before she jumped back. Poisonous black ring. He was able to collide with her right calf for the demon to feel the strange numbness. Poison. Now that's fun to see. She used her chains to wrap around where the poison infected her and ripped off the leg to splatter a little of her blood on Izuku's face. You're getting more and more special by the minute. In hardly a second, the leg healed for the demon to stomp it on Izuku's face. Let me guess, you were planning to paralyze me to make it easier to end me. Or were you trying to use it as time to heal that knee of yours? The demon started laughing with Izuku standing up and showing his knee was almost healed. I know all about your relation to him. Our master gave us specific orders for you. We're to end you the second we get? Then why don't you? You've been shooting your mouth off for half the time here. Izuku gave a snarl at this for the demon to laugh and smack him in the face with her backhand, sending Izuku into a tree. Even though you have more of his blood than me, you still refuse to use it to the best of your abilities. It's really sad. And pathetic if you ask me. But even with that, I don't understand why you want to refuse us. This power he gives us, it makes us gods among the petty and miserable humans. We can do anything we want and no human can do a damned thing. If you simply let your demon half take over, you'd be so much better off. Bullshit. I'll make you understand that what you're asking for is nothing but garbage. Izuku was able to stand fully and take a solid swing at the demon's neck. However, the demon was able to send a chain up from the ground to split Izuku's blades. No way. You need to rely on a sword to end me. Now you can't and your body is so weak. Izuku was punched in the chest and sent back into a tree for it to fall over the second he did. Whoever taught you is probably rolling around in their grave now knowing you have to be saved. Miserable disgrace. Izuku prepared to stand again to face the demon for her to grab him and slam the green-haired boy into another tree. He coughed up blood for the sad truth to hit him. He was too weak. Near the entrance, Mitsuri and Iguro arrived at the entrance to the forest to see Izuku's crow perched near the sign near the entrance. We're here. Iguro walked towards the crow to see he was younger than most. Where's Midoriya? Izuku Midoriya is inside the forest. He had asked me to tell the Demon Slayer Corps to send in a Hashira if the worst were to happen and he did not return on sunrise. I see. Thinking this is the best time to find out a little more about the young Demon Slayer, Mitsuri began speaking up. Excuse me, but what is so special about Midoriya? Being his Kasugai crow, you must know something about that. Izuku is a very special boy. When he was a child, he was raised by the former butterfly-breathing Hashira since the young age of 4. Kane? No wonder Shinobu seems to be happier at some occasions I've seen her. Miss Shinobu truly loves Izuku like her own family. This is to make up for the family he had lost because of his mixed blood. Mixed blood? Iguro asked for Karasu to explain. Izuku Midoriya is a very special being with both demon and human blood. Mothered by a human woman, his father is the enemy to all demons. Muzan Kibutsuji. What? The boy's Muzan's son? I don't understand. How can the master be so calm knowing this? It is because he knows Izuku is unique. Though born with both bloods in his body, he is an outcast by both. Neither wishes to have anything to do with him and as such, believes him to be a monster. Humans ended his family thinking they were abominations for hiding him from them. They were burned alive as Izuku made his escape. Even though he has the right to despise humans, he fights for them and is hated by demons. His own birth father had even made attempts on his own life. Oh my! Such a heavy burden on someone is too much to ask. Much less when that person is just a boy. It hurts my heart knowing someone like him exists and must do the unthinkable and prepare himself to do so. Mitsuri, we're going in. Alright. The two Hashira came towards the gate to begin running inside. As they did, Iguro stared Mitsuri with some unease. The boy will be fine. If he's as powerful as the Kasugai crow said, I doubt he's going to die so easily. I hope you're right, but he's still a little kid. You're only 16. You're not that much older than he is. You don't either since you just turned 19. The two stopped their small argument when a demon came to attack the two with Iguro slicing its head off with his Nichiren sword. The blade itself twisted and turned to almost resemble how a snake moves. I think we should finish this conversation another time when we're not overrun with demons. A second demon notably larger than both of them combined tried to attack Mitsuri for the sound of a cracked whip to be heard before its head was severed from its neck. I guess so. But there's so many in a single place. Mitsuri asked while holding a sword that resembled a whip more than a blade. Do you think this has anything to do with the demon in this forest? I don't know. But we got a job to do, so we'll be ending every demon we can find. Kaburamaru, are you ready? The white snake around Iguro's neck showed its head to him for it to nod while hissing at the demons. With Izuku, Izuku laid motionless on the ground gasping for air. Several hooks were embedded into his body with them going through his arms, legs, even one through his lower jaw and coming out his mouth. He was fading in and out because of the pain with the lower 5 beside him laughing. You see? This is what it means to be of the top tier. This is what it means to have power. Power that only a demon can have. You're just a little brat who thought he could play the hero in a world where even the adults get hurt. Ha! It's actually funny how pathetic you are. She started kicking Izuku's side for no real response. You don't die so easily though. This was actually fun. You made me use binds of Hades to pin you down. Not an easy feat for anyone. Izuku tried with everything he had to move his body, but the hooks in his joints refused him to move. You know, it shocked me when I found out you could heal faster than some humans. The demon grabbed at a hook in Izuku's right forearm to yank it out and force him through unbearable pain to scream. Yes. Scream for me, coward. Whimper. You have no idea how much I love the look of complete agony on your face right now. She stared at the hole with Izuku subconsciously using his breathing to try and close it as fast as possible for the healing process to be seen. So slow though. Unlike a demon's, yours still falls under human limitations from what it seems. This knee is a perfect example. The damage I did to it is still able to be seen, but it's healed to the point now that you can move. You really are a weird one, but ending you would be a waste of your talents. Izuku was yelling at himself to get up and having no success for the demon to smile down at him. You really are special. It's actually quite a turn on. She moved her lips to connect with Izuku's for him to feel disgusted. He was forced to accept this with no real ability to refuse for her to pull his upper lip up with hers. The smell of rotting meat was in her mouth for the young demon slayer to want to vomit. You know, if you become a demon, this healing factor of yours will probably be on par or even more powerful than mine. You could rise through the ranks quickly here and become a lower rank in no time. You could even possibly challenge an upper rank in the next 100 or even 200 years. That time span seems like such a long wait for a human, but for demons, it's hardly anything. Just think, you could be the closest thing to our master. Right-hand man. Oh, but I'd willingly follow you as well. Inseparable. Izuku saw his own weakness to feel disgusted with himself. All his hard work and dedication only to get this far. Everything he worked for, down the drain in a single night. Maybe I should become one? Izuku POV. I started to lose my sense of sight shortly after hearing the offer I was given. Everything on me hurt. I could hardly move anything to see what looked like snow fall down above me. Am I going to die? Izuku. I heard my father's voice to quickly turn and see him along with Tsubasa and Izumi. I had also seen a smaller version of me in my father's arms holding him tightly. Our family has a very special tradition. Once every year under the light of the first full moon, our househead's wife will offer a dance to Tsukuyami, the moon god. In our lineage, it said he had made a woman of our family his wife and would always visit her on the first full moon of every year. He was so taken by our predecessor's dance that she was asked every year if she could dance, and every year she did. One day, she died and Tsukuyami was met not by his wife, but daughter who told him of the horrible news. As a parting wish, our ancestor asked her daughter to dance like she had for Tsukuyami. He was so saddened by the loss, but happy to know the dance he and his beloved shared together was not forgotten. And as such, it is your mother's as well as Tsubasa's future wife or Izumi's role going forward to give the dance. I remembered this night so vividly in the past. My mother stood in the middle of the freezing cold as we watched her dance. She wore traditional shrine maiden robes with a dark purple sash over her shoulders and a similar dark purple face covering while standing in the middle of torches, swinging what looked like a bell and a bunch of rice grain in her hands. The dance was beautiful to the point none of us could look away. As the moon shined, it showed Mom dancing as if Tsukuyami himself wanted to make her dance visible to everyone. Our family's tense? No matter what, Izuku. We'll always see you as our family. Even when we aren't around one another, you'll still be family to us. In reality, third-person POV. Izuku started to wake up and see him have less chains on him than before with the 12 Kazuki member in front of him. So you've woken up. How about becoming a demon now? You already know that it's pointless fighting. Sai, why did I fight all these years? I had so much effort given to be here. So why did I even think that the offer was good? What are you talking about? Give me your answer. Izuku grabbed onto what chains were still connected to him before cutting through with his broken Nichiren sword. Once free, he grabbed his second and began breathing in with a different style of breathing. I don't know how elegant I can be. Also, this wasn't made to fight. But if I'm going out, I'll offer this dance to you and everyone. You think I'd be that pathetic to accept your offer? I'm a demon slayer through, and no matter what you say or offer, that won't change. Izuku ran at the demon with her laughing hysterically. You honestly think you can beat me with those broken swords? I hope you enjoy the last few seconds of life as you just ruined your chances. Chains of Hades. Several chains came out from underground to come right at Izuku. Enjoy death, you little brat. His breath exhaled for what looked like cold air to come out. In a single slash, the chains froze over and shattered with little to no issue. I don't know what you did, but it won't change anything. Several chains came from the demon for Izuku to keep slashing at them and shattering them when they were turned to ice. Trying to regain distance, the demon pulled back into the forest with Izuku hot on her trail. Damned brat. Several other demons started coming at him for Izuku to move as if he was dancing similar to his mother's Kagura to slice through their necks and the demons. My body's starting to freeze up on me. My joints are struggling to keep going. Areas on Izuku's body began to create cracking sounds with blood coming out of both his mouth and open wounds. No. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on the task at hand. Lower 5. Prepare to die. Izuku continued to slash and move as if he was dancing for it to now panic the demon. She ran as fast as she could away with several chains forming to attack Izuku to only be destroyed. How is he doing this? I know he isn't human, but this shouldn't be physically possible. The distance between them were cut off with Izuku's body twirling around and connecting with the demon's neck. You dumbass. Even if you end me, you're not gonna live long enough to gloat. Those chains will disappear with me and your wounds will have nothing closing them. Even your healing won't be able to fix that. That's fine by me. As long as I can sever your head from your neck, I'll die knowing I did my job right. Tsubasa. Izumi. Lady Kenneth. This is for you. Tsukuyami no Mikoto Kagura. Izuku's broken blades began to cut through the demon's neck for her to feel it go midway to try and pull away from the blade's shortened reach. This unfortunately led with her tripping over a skull from a demon's previous meal to fall backwards and see Izuku's blades cut through her neck entirely. First moonlit night. Izuku's body twirled back with blood coming off him to have two onlookers see his victory. Both Izuku and the demon fell on the ground with neither able to move anymore. Given this reality, the demon stared at the moon in the night sky realizing she lost. I lost. I was beaten and now, my God, I ended so many people. I'm definitely going to hell for what I did. Her head moved to see Izuku staring at her to confuse the demon. Are you going to gloat now? Sister. A voice came to the demon's ears for her to see a girl about 16 beside her wearing blue and pink petal kimono. That's right, I had an older sister. Memories began flooding back into the demon's mind. Memories of her as a little girl. She lived in poverty with her older sister. Due to her frail body, the former human couldn't move around so much. Her sister tried to help how she could, but the former human felt as if she was a burden even when she was told she wasn't. One day, she was offered a chance to become strong enough to no longer be a burden to her sister. In a state of no malicious intent and genuinely wanting to make her older sister's life more favorable, the woman allowed this. But as she did, she blacked out to only wake up seeing the home she used destroyed with her own sister's body torn apart with blood on her hands. In her final words, the sister didn't blame the young girl. Eventually, her mind snapped and sent her into madness. Seeing her past now, the demon began to tear up before her head was reached for and patted. Izuku held tears in his eyes as the demon looked at him knowing he had no desire to harm her. Being almost gone, the demon's image was shown as a human once more with her sister beside her. There was a space of nothingness between them with a warm and welcoming light on the sister's side, and a dark foreboding darkness lit by fire behind the demon. Sister, I know it doesn't make a difference. But I am so sorry. If I was stronger, if I knew what I'd do, the demon was cut off by the sister hugging her. It's okay. It's not your fault. The two locked hands as the older sister led the former demon into the dark void. It's not your fault, but I promise I'll always be there for you. That's what I always swore to you. Hearing these words touched the former demon's heart for her to begin sobbing at the top of her lungs. They walked into the darkness with flames engulfing them to no longer be seen shortly after. Back in reality, the chains on Izuku began to disappear with him focusing on breathing to heal himself. Come on, Izuku. I hear. He struggled to move as his entire body was unable to feel anything but pain. If I give up now, I'm dead. He began blacking out for both Mitsuri and Iguro to see what was happening. Unbelievable. He's just a kid and he beat one of the lower ranks? Unfortunately, it looks like he's gonna die. Not saying that's not to be expected by, what the hell? Iguro stopped his talk when he noticed Izuku's body begin to reform where the hooks embedded into him. Just what is this kid? So this is what his Kasugai crow said when he mentioned he's unique. I wouldn't believe it myself if I didn't see it. Mitsuri looked closely at Izuku's face to take a look at some of the details on it. To her, he didn't fit the mold of a brutal fighter, but honestly one of a kind and honest person. However, his hands told a different story. They were ragged and filled with calluses which emphasized that he worked hard. She also noticed a few small scars to indicate maybe he worked far harder than he should have. He's so strange. Iguro, we need to take him back to the Demon Slayer Corps and tell what he did. To be honest, I think we should probably end him. Iguro, I'm telling you the truth. As Demon Slayers, it's our job to end demons. He isn't human from all the information and what we've seen thus far. But he's also not a demon if he can stand in the day and ends demons. We were also tasked with retrieving him. Did you forget about that? Iguro looked at the boy and felt notably irritated. We shouldn't help him. Our job's to end demons, but, you're right. Our job was to retrieve him. We'll wait to determine that later when the Hashira meeting starts. Good. Mitsuri began picking Izuku up and holding him in her arms. Let's go. Wait a second. Don't hold him like that. Like what? She asked while having Izuku's chest deep into her cleavage. I'm holding him like someone that's hurt and also smaller than me. Put him on my back. I'll handle carrying him. Mitsuri looked at her friend a little uneasy before putting him on his back. Unfortunately, it looked somewhat weird mainly because of the fact both weren't that far away from the same height to make the love Hashira hold back a snicker. What's so funny? Snort it's just so funny seeing you of all people giving someone a piggyback. Mitsuri had to hold in her laughter as they both began walking out of the forest. Once they did, the sun began rising to hit all three with the first morning light. When they were focused on this, Iguro heard Izuku mutter something in his sleep with the feeling of tears soaking his shoulder. Iguro, are you sure you don't want me to carry him? I'm fine. Focus on where you're going. The snake Hashira glanced at Izuku's face to see him crying in his sleep. Just what the hell did you do to be a demon slayer so young, kid? And just why did you think this was the route you had to go? Later that afternoon, Izuku POV. So this is the kid that took down a lower rank. So unflashy. I began waking up to hearing some guy's voice talk about someone. It's true. Me and Iguro saw it. Midoriya was so cool. Yeah. It was kinda interesting seeing him heal as well. Two other people, a boy and a girl judging by their voices, spoke up next. If he can heal like a demon, why didn't you end him? An edgier voice was heard for my senses to start coming back. It took me by surprise when I saw Izuku heal for the first time. Truly a passionate fighter willing to fight for our cause. Rengoku? My eyes opened up to the sun in my face to wince a little. I see you're finally up, Izuku. It's good to see you're okay. When my eyes adjusted, I was met by Shinobu greeting me with a smile. I heard your mission was a success. Nicely done. Thanks, but my memory is a little fuzzy after I cut off the demon's head. Where am I and how did I get here? All good questions, but I think you should first say hello to everyone behind me. For these are the 9 Hashira. My eyes went wide realizing who the people behind Shinobu and beside Rengoku were to take in every aspect I could about everyone that was there. No way. The Hashira. Such a young man. It gets so sad seeing someone so young forced into our cause. I pray for your soul, young man. The giant man beside a guy that was covered head to toe in scars began sobbing with a mild bit of confusion happening for me. So what's so special about whoever this guy is? A person with dark hair and what looked like blue tints on the bottom asked for it to look like he wasn't even paying attention. Come on, kid. If you're gonna give a shocked expression, give us something flashy instead of a look that makes you look stupid. What the hell? Seriously though, what the hell? Izuku POV. Alright, I'm gonna ask this again. Why am I here? To make matters simple, Izuku. You are here because we have heard of your feat and wish to offer you a spot in our ranks. Rengoku explained this for the logic to still escape me. But there's already 9 of you and the Hashira are always 9. I fail to see how I'm able to be a Hashira. Allow me to explain to you what will happen, Izuku. The master's voice was heard for me to turn and see him. I immediately adjusted my position to bow with my head on the ground. Master. It's an honor to see you again. Why, you look to be very well today. Thank you for the compliment. Master. Is what we were told true? Is this boy going to be part of our ranks? Yes. The master turned to the pink-haired girl and the guy with the snake. Mitsuri. Iguro. Please tell us what you know of Izuku. Why, yes, master. The girl Mitsuri turned to have her face everyone with the master in one side of her field of vision and the rest of us in her other. Izuku Midoriya, from what we heard from his crow, he's half demon. Then why isn't he dead? Our job is to end demons. I don't understand why he gets the right to be alive. I took one glance at the scared man to see something about him. He held several souls around him that pitted and wished for his own discovery of joy. The crow said that he isn't someone that harmed a single human, and Shinobu could vouch for it in a way. It's true. We've suggested maybe trying to feed him blood, but Izuku ultimately refused, saying he'd rather keep the humanity he has from not doing so. I'm not buying it. A guy to the side looking somewhat like he didn't want to interact said this before Shinobu smiled at him. Oh my, Tomioka. Are you jealous that Izuku is liked more than you among the Hashira? That jealousy won't make any of us actually like you anymore, you know. Shinobu said a somewhat blunt comment for it to worry me a little. Anyway, Izuku is as human as he can get, being the son of a demon and a human. He's not normal, that's for sure. But he's more loyal to our cause than anyone I've had the chance to talk to. The Tomioka guy stared at Shinobu for all of us to wait for his comment. But he's still on that comment? Well, I didn't know you thought you were. So the kid's an unflashy half-breed. What makes him more special? He is the son of Muzan Kibutsuji. The master said this for almost everyone to shout. What? Kane and Shinobu brought Izuku to me when he was little and explained who he was. I knew all along that he was our sworn enemy's son, but allowed him to become a demon slayer. I knew great things would come from Izuku at a young age. Not personally, but a feeling I can't describe. It was as if I knew he'd open up a path to the success we so desperately want. So you were Muzan's son all along. Truly remarkable, my friend. Rengoku didn't react as intently to this response for me to turn towards him. You don't hate the fact I lied who my father was to you? We all have that which we despise the most, Izuku. You knew our hatred for your father, so you withheld your lineage to spare my feelings. I feel a little heartbroken knowing you did not trust me enough with this information, but I understand fully you did not want to harm our friendship by saying the demon that helped bring you into this world was our sworn enemy. I felt some satisfaction hearing this for the master to continue. Izuku, you have shown to us that you are more than capable of becoming a Hashira. In your time as a demon slayer, you've ended over 50 demons and defeated one of the 12 Kazuki. Words cannot express the joy I feel for what you have done. As such, it brings me great pride to say you are worthy of the new 10th spot among the Hashira. I refuse to accept this, master. The scarred man shouted for him to stand up. If this thing is Muzan Kibutsuji's son, then we have to exterminate him. But the master said, do I look like someone that would blindly accept this? The man shouted at Emitsuri, who was only trying to dissolve the problem. As this was said, the man cut his hand with his Nichiren's sword to draw blood. If it's true and you haven't tasted a drop of human blood, then let's see how you handle this. My blood is that of Merchi, the most desirable blood for demons. If you don't need blood as you said, then you can ignore this and walk away from my offer. But the second you drink my blood, we'll all see you as what you are, demon. I sat there for a moment seeing the blood drop onto the ground and dirty the yard. I stood up and walked towards the man. He's bleeding a lot. It's so much blood. Showing your true colors, demon. Go ahead and dashed. He was cut off by me ripping some of my uniform to wrap the cut to stop the bleeding. That should do it. Try not to cut yourself anymore. It's not good for whoever will be your future wife seeing you in such a way. Also, you should think of your own well-being when you do this. Your age should help heal you faster. There was a silence between everyone before the guy with painted fingernails burst out in laughing. Haha. Looks like he told you off, Shinazugawa. Shut it, Yuzui. Everyone quickly began laughing for the master to turn to one of his children. What happened? Shinazugawa tried to offer Izuku his blood, but Izuku denied it and instead scolded him, saying he should take better care of his body for himself and those who care for him. I see. A small chuckle was heard from the master to gain everyone's attention. As you have witnessed, Izuku does not care for human blood or flesh and wishes to do what he can to help us. In return, I think it's fair we treat him with the respect he deserves for ending one of the 12 Kizuki. As you all already know, the 9 Hashira have always been that. 9 Hashira. No more. However, I think perhaps adding a 10th would help even our ranks more. We are facing 13 very powerful demons on average that require all our focus. Not only that, but having another reliable Hashira on hand would help us exponentially with our search for the other members of the 12 Kizuki as well as Muzan Kibutsuji. I hope that you can live up to the expectations that you made for yourself, Izuku. The master smiled genuinely at me to make me feel really happy to blush a bit. Thank you, sir. I'll do everything in my power to live up to the expectations you have for me. Thank you. However, it's rather obvious that you are nowhere near the rest of the Hashira in power status. As such, I'd like you to learn under 2 of the more recent Hashira and somewhat form a team until you are up to where you need to be. Mitsuri and Iguro. I know I am asking a great deal from the 2 of you, but would you be so kind as to help teach Izuku in what ways to become a Hashira? Of course, master. If you wish it, then I'll do as you ask. Both the Hashira had responded with as much humility as possible towards the master for the fact he was this kind and humble to even reach them. Thank you all. I hope that you had not been burdened by this sudden call. You may return to your duties. We all bowed before getting up and heading out. As I did, the Mitsuri girl walked beside me with the Iguro guy. I hope we aren't being too frontal, but do you mind if we come with you towards the butterfly mansion? Shinobu, do you mind? I turned to Shinobu, who gave a smile of approval. Of course. I personally do wish to make sure you aren't injured and it'll give you time to know a little about your companions in the future. The 4 of us began our journey back to the estate with the pain from before still lingering in parts of my body. Half an hour later, upon arrival at the mansion, Shinobu asked me to head right into the clinic where Iguro and Mitsuri began talking about themselves while I was having a checkup. My name's Mitsuri Kanroji. My friend over here is Abanai Iguro. I'm 17 and he's 19. Interesting. What types of breathing styles do you use? I use what I call love breathing. It's a form that derives off of flame breathing, and Iguro uses snake breathing, which is derived from water breathing. So it's like how flower breathing is. Both are very skilled demon slayers. Mitsuri completed her training for a demon slayer in a total of 6 months, where most others would take 2 or 3 years of training. Not only that, but Iguro has been able to complete every one of his missions with little to no issues since becoming a demon slayer. Amazing! Open please. I opened my mouth for Shinobu to look at the injury where the hook was to smiley a little. Seems you're healing as quick as usual. I do recommend you not do anything so drastic again. We aren't fully sure where your healing will stop or if there isn't any major drawbacks to it. Understood. I was a little uneasy with this before Iguro spoke up. What do you specialize in? Flower or insect, since you were raised and taught by the Kocho sisters? Actually neither. Growing up and training, Ms. Kane told me it was a lost cause to train me in either since neither were able to fit me. We tried a lot of other breathing style techniques, but they all ended in failure. Things got a little frustrating until I awakened by blood demon art. Wait, you have a blood demon art? I nodded at Iguro for him to look at me somewhat irritated. What is it? It's called Eyes of the Beyond. Sounds stupid. Kinda since it has absolutely no use outside of my breathing style. It allows me to see a person's soul as well as those tied to them. I can also tell somewhat just how powerful a demon is by seeing how many anguished souls are around them. Think of it like gauging a power level and telling if someone's a good person before even learning of them. That sounds so cool. What do you see with my soul then? Mitsuri jumped up with a little excitement for me to stare at her for a moment. There was this kind and sweet aura around her, almost like I was looking at cotton candy or a sakura machi. There was a little sadness in her, but it was overshadowed by a type of sincerity. You're a very open book person, aren't you? You try not to hide your emotions when you're happy or sad, but you do have some sadness in you. I've seen it with some demon slayers. It's kinda like, you didn't belong somewhere before, but now you do. Oh, now that is cool. What about me? Iguro spoke up for me to look at him and almost think I'm looking at myself. I see a lot of guilt. You feel like something's your fault and no matter what you do, you can't make it go away. Sigh, to be honest, I get what it means to have a lot of guilt and knowing that you want to fix things, but it won't change a thing. As I said this, a snake popped its head up to glance at me. I assumed it wanted me to look at its soul to see that it's a very reliable companion. Your friend here seems to understand the pain you have and wants to do what he can to help. He treats you like family, so it's only natural that he'd stay by you even when things are bad. You can tell what Kaburamaru is like? Yes. Animals have a soul too. They're not heartless beasts. All life has some kind of kindling that keeps them tied to this world. We call it souls. My power can see this and tell me what I can about a person. However, this is virtually useless in a fight. But thanks to my training, I was able to create a perfect combination of blood demon arts and demon slaying tactics into what I call cursed breathing. I see. So this is what you had used in the battle. That technique though seems to do a number on your body. Actually, that wasn't cursed breathing. It was a kagura that my family used when they were alive. It's called the Tsukuyami no Mikoto kagura. It's normally done by a woman, so I'm assuming that that's why it did more damage to me than it should have. It makes sense since it was made for a woman to perform as well as where more ligament and muscle damage was on you. Shinobu spoke up for us to turn our attention to her. Though you'll have people deny this, there are without a doubt physical structure differences in how males and female humans are made. First off, male bone structure is more dense than a female's on average to allow more pressure to be on a male than a female. Not only that, but the muscle fibers on a male are for more bulk movements while a female's are more for nimble movements. Going off of this, but the female body is able to bend and move in ways that on average would hurt a male, and even if a man was to train their entire life, a woman would be able to do that in half the time. It's just basic anatomy in that concept. So you're telling me that I shouldn't use that technique again? In a shortened version, yes. I can't take this anymore, so I'll come out with it. Mitsuri got up and looked at me with an honest face before asking, Izuku, please fight me so I can tell if you'll be able to marry me. What? Izuku POV. You can't be serious of taking this offer? I began tightening up my wrists and ankles with bandages while also making sure no other still somewhat open wounds were in the threat of getting hurt. As I did this, Shinobu tried to talk me out of the fight I agreed to with Mitsuri. You do realize that fighting among core members is strictly prohibited, right? As Mitsuri said in your office, this isn't really a fight stuff. I started to remember back when I was in the infirmary and hearing Mitsuri's offer to me. Half an hour earlier. I'm sorry. I need to clean out my ears a little. It almost sounded like you wanted me to fight you in hopes to find out if I'm suitable to marry you. I pulled out a little wax from my ears with my pinky finger before Mitsuri confirmed her claim. That's right. I joined the Demon Slayers to hopefully find a man of my own. Okawe, here's a suggestion. Have you ever heard of online dating? If you're that desperate to find a man, then why not that? She looked away before answering. That's not going to work. To be honest, They have to be stronger than me in order for me to be okay being with them. I still wasn't following why Mitsuri decided to join the Corps in hopes to find a man before Shinobu explained something. Mitsuri is a very special woman, Izuku. Her body is naturally stronger than it appears. On the outside, she may look like a frail and slender woman, but that's because of the type of muscles she has. As a way to explain, Mitsuri pulled her sleeve up to show her arm and began flexing. As an example, that muscle she has is actually about 8 times more than what it looks like in size. If the amount of strength Mitsuri had was visible, she'd probably look like one of the muscle-head heroes you see. You know, the ones that look like they spend most of their free time lifting weights? This is also why my body consumes more food than normal. I turned back to Mitsuri, who seemed somewhat embarrassed saying this. I was told I could out-eat 3 sumo wrestlers combined if I wanted to? Okay, now I know someone's pulling my leg here. The muscle structure I could believe, but eating as much as 3 sumo wrestlers? That seems a little off. It's actually true. I've seen her eat and it's both a marvel and a disgust of a sight at the same time. I'm sorry, Shinobu. I don't want to eat this much. Mitsuri began crying to Shinobu for it to once again confuse me. So you're strong enough where you can look like a male bodybuilder and you can eat out a house at home. I'm still not following anything as to why the man has to be stronger than you. Mitsuri sat back down and explained her story a little. When I was about 1, my abnormal strength was shown to my mother. I could lift up a very heavy rock like it was nothing to make her and my 4 siblings know that I'm not normal. Apparently, my black hair was also turned pink because of the sakura machi that I regularly ate. These things were looked at as very off and I was asked to dye my hair. Since I was part of a high-class family, I did what I could to fit into the mold I had to. I ate so little where I'd be prone to fainting, pretended to be weak and fragile. I even dyed my hair black so nobody would have a problem with how I looked. About a month before I joined the Demon Slayer Corps, I was given a marriage offer. I was happy to find someone to be with, but I knew there was only one way I could be with someone. So while alone, I showed my fiancé the real me. To say he was scared was an understatement. He called it off and I felt more alone than I've ever been. That is, until the master told me my power is a blessing and to offer a place where I can belong. The Demon Slayer Corps. Yes. A smile came on Mitsuri's face to dull out her negativity. I trained for 6 months with Kaijuro and his father and became a full-fledged member. This was 2 years ago. About 3 months ago, both me and Iguro became Hashira. We both trained under the Rengoku family to know one another. I know it's a strange reason to be in the Demon Slayer Corps, but I don't mind it. I'm just happy I'm somewhere I fit in now. I was a little shocked hearing this, but didn't want to be rude to respond. Now that you went into detail, it makes sense. But isn't fighting other Corps members something you can't do? Don't think of it as us fighting. Think of it as us sparring a little more intensely. It'll also give me and Iguro a gauge on how strong you really are with your abilities. I stopped to think for a minute before responding. Okay then. What? Izuku, I advise against this. Shinobu tried to stop me before I answered back. She isn't asking me to go full-on Ender Instinct mode on her. Might as well see what one of my 2 new comrades can do just because it's something that I'll have to take into consideration in a fight. Sigh fine. But I'll watch the match and we'll put some guardrails in place. You're still not at a point where I recommend fighting yet? That fine with you, Mitsuri? Mitsuri nodded. For us both to be on the same page. Then it's agreed to. Back to the present, third-person POV. Izuku walked out to the back where Mitsuri was waiting with a whip in her hands. What's with the whip? Well, my fighting style has my sword resemble a whip, so I figured I'd at least go for a less dangerous weapon than a whip with a blade on it. So a whip is safer, better than a blade on it, I guess. Izuku grabbed 2 practice swords from the side and got into a fighting stance. Sorry, this can't be taken as serious as we could. It's more because of that one rule and the fact I screwed up and broke my blades. Don't worry about it. It's not a problem. Mitsuri smiled with Shinobu coming into place in between us. This will be a one-on-one with the fight being done when one person hits the other. We'll also forbid the use of breathing techniques outside of total concentration. Any objections? Both Izuku and Mitsuri didn't say anything as a silent agreement. Then begin. Izuku immediately went towards Mitsuri with his arms extended to reveal his practice blades. He watched her movements carefully for Mitsuri's arm to pull back and crack the whip in her hands from the side to come at Izuku's right side. He dodged this by sliding down under the whip with it suddenly adjusting and forcing the attack downwards. He moved to the side to recover his footing and continue getting as close as possible. However, the closer he got, the more dangerous the whip was that threatened to hit him. Her movements with the whip are amazing, but that doesn't mean it has its downsides. Izuku was able to increase his speed for him to get almost directly in front of Mitsuri. She jumped backwards with a backflip however to begin constantly cracking her whip at Izuku for him to latch onto the whip with one of his practice swords. Smart, but that won't work. Mitsuri pulled Izuku up with the whip to throw him a distance behind her. I told you I was strong. Iguro stared at the battle somewhat confused as to why Shinobu allowed this. Why did you allow them to use total concentration constant, but not breathing styles? That would make a disadvantage for the kid. Not really. Most of Izuku's skill is thanks to molding several different styles of fighting. Wind, lighting, fire, water, earth, insect, flower, and several others. Even with Mitsuri's strength and nimble nature, it won't be an easy fight. I think you have a little too much faith in the kid. And I think you have too little faith in Izuku. Shinobu responded back with Iguro being a little irritated with how she said this, but continued to watch the match to see just how strong Izuku really was. Alright, I'll admit that wasn't as smart on my end. Kinda half thought you were joking about the crazy strength or over-exaggerating a little, but I guess not really. I might not be that heavy, but being able to pull me and throw me like a ragdoll was really cool. Thank you. Mitsuri smiles with a blush on her face before returning to her stance. But flattery won't make you my husband. Actions will. Izuku smirked before charging back in head first. Just what is he planning? Going in without any form of plan isn't smart. Mitsuri tried to go for another attack from her whip, but Izuku noticed this right away and moved his body in a somewhat fluid momentum almost as if he was water. If I remember correctly, the other breathing styles has their techniques act similar to what they are. Water always flows in a fluid momentum, never abruptly halting. Lighting is quick and abrupt. Wind is wild and unruly. If I'm facing someone like Mitsuri, I need to take the best traits out of these and use them for this. Izuku took a deep breath in and continued his charge faster than before. He must be trying to use total concentration. But he's a lot faster than before. Mitsuri questioned this as she continued to attack. Once she realized though her hits weren't getting through with Izuku's arms moving faster than even Rengoku, she began pulling back. This isn't good. He's not letting up. She jumped into the air in hopes to get away from Izuku for him to wrap his practice sword around Mitsuri's whip again. Your strength is amazing. But in the air, you don't have any form of ground to stand on for me to do this. Izuku yanked his practice sword back for the love Hashira to be pulled forward. He made a downward slash to shock everyone as he was about to succeed. When he attacked, however, where he hit was actually Mitsuri's hand to make her drop her whip. Alright, that's a win for me. He was so focused on disarming Mitsuri that he didn't see the pink-haired girl fall right on top of him with her chest on top of him. Oh, that hurt. She stood up holding her hand a little in pain before looking down at Izuku. Well, I guess that counts. But why didn't you aim somewhere other than my hand? I thought you'd be the type to not be afraid to hit a girl. 2 reasons. 1, we're not fighting for real. I'd rather avoid harming someone, much less a comrade to win a silly fight. 2, all I had to do was get a hit on you. Rules never specified where I had to hit on you. Also, it's probably better for you if the only spot you were hurt was your hand. It's easier for Shinobu to patch up if it was too much. Can't have those close to me seriously hurt? Izuku laughed this off with Mitsuri looking at him with a huge blush. Immediately, her blush turned to a smile before grabbing Izuku's head and pulling it into her chest. Oh, I love you, Izuku. Please be my husband. Realizing what she said, Izuku went red before Iguro on the sidelines finally lost his patience. Hey, where do you think your head is, you little bratty perv? He charged at Izuku for him to panic and pull away from Mitsuri. He began running around the mansion with Iguro pulling his blade out, attempting to attack him. You run fast for a brat. Mitsuri. Help me please. Izuku ran towards Mitsuri with her thinking this was more him trying to catch her in a playful manner. Kia. I'm being chased by Izuku. Oh no. She ran away with her antics only angering Iguro more. Prepare to have whatever you have of your manhood cut off, punk. I isn't what it looks like. Oh no. Somebody please save me from Izuku. The three continued to run around with Kaneo overhearing the loud noise to see everyone running around. She came out of the mansion to stare at the three blankly. Seems Izuku is fitting in with his new comrades well, wouldn't you agree? She stared at the group and gave a somewhat neutral smile to indicate she had no real care for this, but understood it was some kind of game or training to her knowledge. Izuku, I've come to see about a possible sparring match. Out of the blue, Rengoku came to the back with a smile on his face, hoping to help his friend reach the level of strength everyone else in the Hashira has. He was only stopped when he witnessed the madness of Izuku, Mitsuri, and Iguro running around. He turned to Shinobu with a smile before asking, "Am I interrupting something?" "Not really. They're just acting very lively today is all." "I see. I guess I shall wait until they're done to speak with Izuku then. I do not wish to impose, but might I have a little tea while I wait?" "Certainly. Kaneo, would you be a dear and get us some tea please?" The girl nodded before walking away for the two Hashira to watch their younger comrades play like children to their aspect. Quite a cute scene this is. Then again, I guess we can call this a strange love triangle if we're honest. Izuku age 14 POV. Midoriya. How many demons are inside? 3 are coming out now. It's been about 2 years since I became a Hashira with some things happening since then. One of which was the fact I had grown somewhat close to Iguro and Mitsuri. The later a little closer since, well, I don't think I have to explain. Here they come. Die Demon Slayer. How weak. Not even needing to use my full power against these. Any worthwhile enemies in the group you took out? Iguro seemed a little disappointed while explaining this to understand him. Not a one. Thanks to a little growth spurt I had, I was now about the same height as Mitsuri to make the moments when she tries to hug me a little less awkward since I would regularly be shoved into her uniform's opening. At least, that was my hope. Mitsuri. Last one's coming out the back and fleeing. I've got him. Love breathing. First form. First love. Damn demon slayers. The demon shouted this as its head fell and became nothing from Mitsuri's attack. Demons out. Nice work, Kenroji. Did you see that, Izuku? Mitsuri immediately ran over towards me to grab my head and pull it in her chest. You did an amazing job too. How about we go and enjoy some food in town together? I'd love to eat together with you. Just what was the perv that designed her uniform thinking? I can clearly feel her. Don't think that. I'll end you. I glanced back to see Iguro pulling his sword out and Kaburamuro coming off his neck to hang out on a rock. You're dead today. Ah. I was able to pull away from Mitsuri's grip to run around trying to escape Iguro's attack. This kinda became normal whenever Mitsuri showed affection to me. Mitsuri. Please calm him down. Kaya, don't come running after me. Mitsuri began running away as if this was a game with her constantly going in front of me. You have some nerve running after Mitsuri like a savage barbarian. You're gonna die today, you bastard. Why does this always happen? Kaburamuro. Please stop him. I glanced over for the snake to pretend he's asleep while slowly opening up an eye to watch it. You damn jerk of a snake. This had gone on for a half an hour before Iguro finally calmed down and stopped chasing me. When he did, I offered to pay for food for everyone with all of us going out to the diner that was in the city next to the woods we were in. So, what's going to happen for the next mission? Iguro asked as he held a small plate of food to my right, while Mitsuri was on my left with 5 entrees, a few sides, and about 8 appetizers. The people in the diner stared at her with shock as she continually ate everything without any hint that she was feeling full. I haven't gotten mine yet, but I do need to go home for my new moon treatment. What exactly is that? Chomp, you never tell me what happens if you don't get it. Is the problem bad? I wouldn't say it's bad. It's just something that helps keep my other half in check a little easier around the new moon. As puberty began hitting with me, my demon half began to get more aggressive in a sense. It came about more viscously during the new moon. This would increase my agitation, strength, speed, and apparently my libido from what Shinobu said, but I'd rather not ask how she knows that with her comment to me that I'm still a virgin, not shedding any more light to what happened. Fortunately, it's able to be sedated with a shot Shinobu makes that combines wisteria and some other medicines to paralyze the demon half. I'm slightly weaker after it's administered, but the problem fixes itself after the new moon ends. Since the effects are somewhat unique, only Shinobu, Iguro, Kaijuro, and the master actually know what the new moon does to me. I dare not say it to Mitsuri since she might suggest using herself to quell the increased stamina in me. I told Iguro more so he understands the importance of them and that it benefits us all if I get them. Just let him take the shot. It's necessary to make sure he's stable and in a better mindset. You remember what happened last time he didn't, right? Iguro mentions an incident that happened when I was unable to make it to the butterfly mansion in time and had to fight a nest of demons jacked up on the new moon's power. Let's just say I wasn't a team player and leave it at that. Yeah. Izuku was scary, but cool though. He took down like 30 demons without a problem. He just went in and slashed them all to bits like Wappa and Wabam. It was so awesome. Mitsuri went for a bowl of udon next to begin slurping it down in not even a minute before letting out a sigh of content. Can I get another order of udon and some more meat buns, please? Wait, make that a double order of meat buns and 3 more udon. Geez, what is this woman's stomach made of? The cook in the back shouted with our Kasugai crows flying in with a message on them. They probably had this to avoid regular people panicking at the fact they could talk. I pulled my crow's message off to read it and look at everyone else. What do yours say? I have a mission on the top of a mountain. Seems demons are huddling together up there and we need someone to handle them quickly. I'm also taking a few top-tier demon slayers with me that aren't Hashira. Iguro groaned at this with Kaburamuro having a little of his food to help finish up what he didn't eat. Mine has me going into a city to find a demon that's been kidnapping men and leaving their severed genitals behind with their head. Kinda scary sounding. Mitsuri's food came out for her to begin eating without restraint for the server to look in amazement and nausea. Yeah. No matter how much I see her do this, it's still somewhat unsettling to watch. Apparently mine I need to go to the master to speak personally about. I don't know the details as much, but this will be a prolonged mission that may take months or even some years if need be. Then I won't get to see you. Mitsuri began crying while hugging me for Iguro to glare at me. It's okay. I know it's hard but we'll still be able to keep contact. So don't cry. Mitsuri tried to compose herself before slurping down what was left of her food with all of us content with our meal. I paid the bill and gave a little extra since the fact Mitsuri's glutton side probably scared everyone. I guess this is where we part. Good luck on your end and I hope we see each other again. Iguro began walking away with some dissatisfaction in his voice. Though he does hate the fact Mitsuri does what she does with me, he still is a good friend. Rough around the edges regardless though. I guess that means I gotta leave too. Bye Izuku. I hope I see you again. I'm sure it won't be long. Mitsuri cut me off. That was for you to know what I want from you when your mission is done. Take care. She ran off with the sensation that happened still able to be felt on my lips. Damn, that woman knows how to get my blood pumping. If it was the new moon out tonight, I might have hopped on top of her. I stopped to acknowledge what I thought and get a bit of a nosebleed from the mental image. I need to get to the butterfly mansion. Few hours later, after a trip on a train, a bus, and a trek about 2 miles, I arrived at the butterfly mansion. Once there, I met up with Shinobu who was prepared for me the second I'd come. She sat me in her clinic with me pulling my arm out. How have you been feeling during the new moons lately? Alright. A little groggy, but we both knew that was going to happen. Answered as Shinobu sterilized my arm where she was going to administer the shot. How are things with Iguro and Kenroji? Alright. Iguro is still Iguro. Mitsuri though is a little more clingy. She injected the shot in me while I started to blush. I mean, don't get me wrong, I think she's very pretty, but I'm a boy. You need to hold some restraint. I'm starting to lose my mind every time she pushes my head in her, you know. Shinobu laughed at this before pulling the shot out with my healing factor shutting the hole quickly. You're a growing young man. It's only natural that your body is reacting as it is to being around a well-developed woman. Maybe you should at least accept the fact she wants to try something and enjoy her body. If I do that and Iguro found out, I can say goodbye to my manhood. That is true. He is a little over the top sometimes. We laughed a little before I put my arm back in my uniform's sleeve and fixing it. I heard you're doing a special mission and getting it from the master himself. I hope you do well. I hope so too. Thank you again for your help. No worries. I'll be regularly contacting you when the new moon gets closer for your mission. From what I heard, the mission you'll do is in a dormitory high school. Thank you. I walked out before bumping into a familiar face. I'm so sorry, sir. I didn't know you were here. It's fine, Oi. You don't have to worry. Aoi Kenzaki was a demon slayer that recently passed the final selection. Though her passing was, as she said, dumb luck. As a demon slayer, she's beyond unfit for battle, so Shinobu put in a request for her to be on the relief efforts as basically a nurse for Shinobu's clinic. Most of her days are spent cooking, cleaning and helping with rehabilitation of demon slayers injured in the field. It isn't the ideal life of a demon slayer, but it's a position she seems to fit best in. How are things going with you? Very well. I must thank you and Lady Shinobu for putting in a good word for me to work here again. As long as you can pull your own weight where you're positioned, that's all that matters. She seemed to blush a little saying this before I walked off. Well, I need to see about my next mission. Say hello to Kaneo for me if you see her before me. I will. Take care. I walked out the estate and began my journey towards the master's home. It was about a 20-minute walk, but it was fine since I've been running back and forth through missions to the point the only real rest I had was an hour or two of sleep broken up here and there a day. But in battle, that's the way of the world. As I reached the estate, I was greeted by two of the master's children who led me to where he was. He was currently enjoying the day out on his veranda with Lady Amain. His children spoke up while smiling at their father in unison. Hashira Izuku Midoriya has arrived and is prepared for his next mission to be given. Excellent. It is good to have your presence here once again, Izuku. How are you feeling? I immediately bowed on my hands and knees to the master before speaking. It is good to see you once again as well, master. I'm doing well. I have come as promised to obtain my mission as you addressed to my Kasugai Crow. Thank you for coming on such short notice. Amain, Hinaka, Nichika, would you be so kind as to bring some tea before we discuss this matter any farther? Of course. Lady Amain and her children entered into the home with it being a few moments. When they came back, Lady Amain placed a small table in front of us before her daughters poured us tea. Once it was done, the family sat on pillows and allowed me into the home. Apologies for intruding. I took a bit of the tea and drank some before placing it down on the table. It's very delicious. Thank you for the generosity. Lady Amain smiled as well as the master and their daughters before the topic of the mission was started on. Starting in 2 days, I shall have you enter into a school called UA Academy on matters of recommendation. You will be placed in the hero course in hopes to find a demon as well as collaborators. Isn't UA one of the most powerful hero schools in the country? What would have the demon come here of all places? It seems too obvious. There are 2 reasons. One is because it is a great place to find powerful heroes. Upon recent discovery, we've discovered that the more powerful a quirk is, the more powerful a demon can become. We do not understand how this works, but we fear that if they continue to devour powerful quirks, we may see an evolution of demons into something that even Hashira will have difficulty with. Second, there are 2 people that have been requested for you to help watch over by my closer personal friend, Principal Nizu. I didn't know you were close to the principal. The master laughed before continuing. It's a long story, but the topic at hand must be talked about before that. Upon some research, there are 2 members of the school in the hero course we expect to be targeted first. The first is a girl by the name of Ochako Uraraka. Looking at her blood type, we've discovered she is a holder of Merchi blood. Since you are already aware how desirable that blood is to demons, I do not think it is important to explain how powerful a demon can become by just devouring her. The second is more of a request by the heads of the Yaoyorozu Corporation. You mean the corporation that's one of the most powerful in Japan that maintains the economy as well as holds multiple foreign business partners? The one in the same. From what I was told, their daughter is in on recommendation just like you. Her quirk is very powerful and the most unique. If we were to have her become a hero, she could possibly become a powerful adversary outside of the Demon Slayer Corps that could also threaten Muzan Kibutsuji's ability to hold strings in the world. I was originally planning to send someone such as Tomioka or Kocho, but the family strangely requested you. Me? Yes. Apparently, you had saved their daughter from a demon as well as brought her back to her senses, as they said. If it makes a difference, they said she also promised to learn the sword for you. Immediately, I remembered a girl I saved around my age that was running away from home some years back. I also remembered how freakishly strong she was to throw a car at a demon. Apparently, she had a similar body as Mitsuri from what she explained for it to make sense. They are both in Class A and so will you. Do you accept this mission? It may take you a long time before you can return to fully active duty. I bowed my head before answering. I do. If you need me to enter into this school and become a student, then I will do that. I finished my tea before standing up and bowing to the master and his family. Thank you for your time and thank you again for the tea. It was very delicious. Shinobu will have all the information you need at the Butterfly Mansion. Be prepared to leave as soon as today. Tomorrow morning at the latest? Yes, sir. Third-person POV. As Izuku left the estate and went to the Butterfly Mansion, Amain looked at her husband Kagaya. You could have chosen someone else to be part of this mission. You didn't have to bring off Izuku from active duty. Perhaps, but Izuku's average end count for demons is beyond that of most. He has also taken out 2 other members of the lower ranks of the 12 Kizuki in his time as a Hashira. Though he is one of our most powerful Hashira as of now, he is still young and forced into battle. He needs to eventually rest form active duty but will never frontally say it. He does hold a burden, but so do you. Kagaya smiled before agreeing with his wife. This is to honor Kane's wishes for him, isn't it? We cannot force him to take some time to himself, but we can at least place him in a home where he has no choice but to relieve his physical fatigue and some of his mental to become a normal boy for a short period. It can be selfish and hypocritical, but I am willing to do that to keep Izuku as a powerful piece we can move if need be. Amain nodded before turning to enjoy the day alongside Kagaya and their daughters. Izuku POV. Arriving at the school, I was met with several people walking in wearing the same uniform. Looking at my own as well as the fact I couldn't hold my swords on me, I felt kinda different. I've been used to the strange looks people gave me when I would walk around to I wouldn't say miss it, but feel different now that it's not there. I guess this is part of blending in. Make yourself look absolutely no different than the people here. I started walking in and going directly towards the principal's office. From what the information I had told to me, I should meet with Principal Nizu first and introduce myself. From there, a set of pro-heroes who's also teachers here will explain to me the matter at hand as well as what I'm going to do. I kept walking before I bumped into a girl and knocked her on the ground. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Don't worry. I wasn't really looking where I was going either. I helped her up before she introduced herself. My name's Ochako Uraraka. Nice to meet you, Uraraka. That's one of the girls I'm here to protect. No worries. My name's Izuku Midoriya. I hope you didn't get hurt. Good. Thanks for asking. She smiled at me before I started heading off. Hey, what class are you in? Hero course. First year Class A. Wait, but I thought the classroom was the other way? I turned around before answering the girl. I gotta talk to Principal Nizu first thing. He asked me to speak with him before school starts. But don't be late for the first day. That's not something you'd want to do. She ran off with me smiling before turning to head off. As I walked through the school, I began using my senses that I've honed as a demon slayer to get a good read on the school as a whole. I couldn't find any trace of a demon ending anyone, however there was a slight trace of demonic energy that was in the school. Almost as if a demon was here recently, but isn't anymore. It was strange, but something I had to find out soon before one of the students actually became a victim. I found myself in front of the principal's office to knock on the door. Enter. I opened it to see some kind of small rodent in a suit behind a desk as well as 3 faces of pros I haven't seen in a long time. I take it you're the principal of the school? Yes. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Midoriya. My name is Nizu and I am the principal here. I see. Their principal is a mouse? I glanced at the pros to smirk. Eraserhead. Present Mike Midnight. I see you three haven't changed since I last saw you. Do we know you? Midnight asked for me to think of how to answer her. You probably would remember me if I said this. Ahem, it's nice to meet you again, prostitute lady. Mike began busting out laughing with Eraserhead holding back the urge to laugh. You're that little punk from 4 years ago that called me a prostitute. Yep, and I see your costume hasn't changed in the slightest. Ha, I thought we were getting a Hashira. Not a disrespectful child. I stopped laughing to look at Midnight. You're looking at the Hashira, prostitute lady. Ha, I love this kid. Mike continued to laugh to the point he fell on the floor with Eraser now unable to hold back his laughter. Stop laughing. Nizu decided to chime in himself as he finished drinking from his cup of tea. To be fair, you do dress to the point someone can make that confusion. None of us could hold back our laughter as Midnight was once again criticized for her choice of attire. Once we calmed down, Nizu brought us back to the situation at hand. Mr. Midoriya, what of the situation have you learned thus far? Let's see here. First, there's 2 parts of this job. During the day, I'll pretend to be a student here and act no differently than everyone else. At night, however, I'll investigate the campus and find out if I can find any trace of the demon that you believe is residing in the school as well as any and all demon collaborators inside the school. Meanwhile, I will also act as a personal bodyguard for the students Ochako Uraraka and Momo Yaoyorozu. Due to certain conditions the master has explained to me, Uraraka is in danger due to her having Merchi blood. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu was asked to have a bodyguard from the core due to her power. I was also informed they specifically asked for me due to a prior involvement I had with her. Wait, what's Merchi? Mike asked for me to explain the simplistics. Merchi is a very rare type of blood that if a human with this blood would be consumed by a demon, the power would be equivalent to 50 to 60 humans roughly. The rarer the blood, the more likely a demon will want to consume the human and the more power they'll get after they're consumed. It's not a shock that demons would also fight among themselves for a human holding Merchi. So we're holding someone that demons would be willing to end one another for? Eraser asked for me to nod. That would explain why both Uraraka and Yaoyorozu were forced in my class and held a quotation for me not to expel. So what's your plan for keeping them safe? My plan is going to be to keep them around me by having me as their friend. As such, I can have tabs on them more often. During the night, however, I'll act as a guard dog with my powers as a demon slayer being more than capable. Adding to this, outside of Miss Uraraka and Miss Yaoyorozu who will be told later, the people in this room are the only ones who know of your true identity and your purpose here. I'd suggest you be cautious even among our own teachers and faculty. Who knows who is friend or foe right now? So we have to go under the belief even our own staff are working with demons now? Midnight shouted in anger for Nizu to nod. Is there any solace in believing that we can trust anyone here outside this room? If they're working with demons, whoever is working with them won't be stupid enough to push their goals out in the open. They'll probably target specific people and corner them somewhere that ending and consuming will be easier. I'd suggest also watching and making sure that the students in all the courses don't begin to turn up missing. If they do, isolate every person in the class as well as the teacher for interrogation along with anyone the victim hangs out with often. I got up and began stretching. Is there anything else you need to tell me? Yes. After school, I shall have your 2 students you are protecting come to the office so I can explain to them that you are their protector. Probably better you don't tell them. If there comes a situation where they may get targeted and tormented, it'll be easier for me to do my job if they don't have anything on me to spill. I walked towards the door to head out with Nizu saying one final thing. And if they find out your identity? I'll think of how to handle it when that situation comes. I left the room and began walking down the halls. The feeling of something ominous in the air kept circling me for it to begin feeling worse and worse. Just what is this school dealing with to make my skin stand on edge right now? I reached the door to Class 1A with Aizawa beside me in his sleeping bag. Just get in and don't make a scene as best you can. I handled your paperwork so it says you have a demon quirk that allows your eyes to change and give you enhanced strength. So long as you or I don't let anything slip, nobody's gonna find out. Whatever, Tobo. I opened the door to see a guy with blue hair argue with some ash blonde that reminded me of Shinazugawa that had a similar attitude. Get your feet off that desk this instant. It is an insultment to those that came before you and the people who made it. So did your old school put that stick up your ass or were you just born with it? Such vulgarity. Sad truth is, I kinda agree with him on the stick comment. Doesn't mean it's not inappropriate. I calmly walked in and sat at the desk behind the ash blonde before pulling out a copy of the school's student handbook. Apparently, you also need to have a tie on, so my best suggestion is try and not rock a boat as best you can, blondie. What was that, you stupid extra? I ignored the guy and kept reading the handbook trying to make sure I knew of everything of the school. You think you're so tough? I bet I can kick your ass easily dash. Can you please start instead of sleeping in a hallway, hobo? I'm getting really tired of hearing this idiot's mouth. Eraser stood up and came out of his sleeping bag before finally addressing the class. Hello. I'm Shota Aizawa. As of today, I will be your homeroom teacher. The hobo brought out a bunch of what looked like workout uniforms from the sleeping bag and placed them on the podium up front. Put these on and meet me outside. He left with the situation not that intimidating to follow him out. I went right towards the changing rooms to change and head out in next to no time. I was even able to beat Eraser out to surprise him. You're a quick one. My job demands me to be quick. A smirk came to his face for us to stand outside for a few minutes. So, what happened to make you a Hashira? Let's just say, Suicide Forest has one less high-ranking demon lurking in it and leave it at that. We remained silent for the class to come out and line up beside me and in front of Eraser. He explained we were doing a quirk apprehension test or something before tossing the ash blonde a ball and having him throw the ball as far as he could with his quirk. I wasn't paying as much attention since my job wasn't to. To make a long story short, the guy explained we were going to do 8 tests. Each one was to determine our base strength or something with one of the girls with pink skin I think was named Ashido, was stupid enough to say this would be fun to do. This led to Eraser saying that the person who gets last will be expelled. I don't blame him. If I screw up with my job, I could die. Someone else could die. This isn't an example of unfairness. This is the real world and it's never fair. After the exams finished fairly easily with some of the tests not being that hard for me. I was able to place nicely in the side-to-side, sprint, and grip test thanks to my training. Apparently, I was one of the best in the long distance, toe touch and sit-ups. Ones I was unfortunately lagging in were the ball throw and standing long jump mainly due to some of the people present being more versed than me due to the use of their quirks. Alright, to make a long story short, I'm not going to tell you all your scores for every test. For the most part, you all should at least understand where you stand overall. Also, there's no expulsion. It was all a logical ruse to get you all to work hard. Everyone freaked at this besides a few for the Yayarosa girl to comment. Sorry, I thought you all knew that from the start. Probably should have said something. I wouldn't have. I spoke up while explaining. The world is going to give curves in life. Preparing for the worst scenario is something you need to be ready for whenever. Midoriya's right. Consider this a small example of your future. Syllabuses are in the classroom. Make sure to grab them before you leave. Class dismissed. Aizawa left with me seeing where I stood. Apparently, I placed at 4th. I glanced at the ash blonde who seemed to smirk at me. Where'd that cockiness go? Seems I'm already on top of you. I walked off not caring as much. What I lack in these tests, I make up for in battle experience. Something that you all are most likely lacking in. I didn't say much more knowing it was pointless before seeing Yayarozu walk up to me and point towards the side. I agreed with her to lean on a wall in a corner and wait for her to speak up. I'd like to say first off, thank you again and it's very nice to see you again. I'm sorry? I'm not sure what you're talking about. I tried to play dumb trying to keep my cover. I guess you aren't the person I'm talking about. My mistake. On a side note, you wouldn't happen to know the person who is a demon slayer in here, would you? I have actually asked for the one that saved me specifically to try and become a demon slayer myself. I also found a friend of mine that was saved by a woman that reminded her of a butterfly saying she knew someone her age. My friend also mentioned the reason she was attacked due to her blood. As such, she wants to become one as well. I figured learning from someone our age would make things better. I heard this before trying to deter her. I want you to know this. From what I heard of the Demon Slayer Corps, it's not all fun and games. The chances of you even surviving to become a Demon Slayer through final selection is so small, you only have about 10% on average. Sometimes, nobody survives final selection. This is before you face the real world's demons. Becoming a Demon Slayer is hell on earth. Are you prepared to jump into that fray? Being a hero is far easier and you can still help the Corps in some ways. Yaoyorozu shakes her head no. That's not what we want to do. We want to help as a way to pay forward what's happened to us. And if we die during this, we've made peace with it. I gritted my teeth in anger knowing someone that doesn't have to wants to join the Corps as a thank you to me and Shinobu. I still don't agree with it, but alright. I know the Demon Slayer. Tell your friend to come towards the forest tonight at midnight. We'll have to do this during the night. Understood. She walked away with the fact I now have 2 possible students annoying me so much to groan. God, I hate to know this is happening. It's just one thing after another. Izuku POV. As the evening came, most of the class began trying to do some kind of room showing event with it not interesting me. However, I did participate in order just to keep a facade that I'm no different than them. Unfortunately, I was kinda ashamed of what I had to use for building my room to make it look like some kind of weird hero otaku. To be honest, I had half a mind to burn everything inside the room and was even more ashamed to show people what's inside. At least nobody seemed to mind as much or catch on with some even thinking a few of the collectibles I was given were cool. Didn't make it any less idiotic to live in the room I was in, but it helped avoid the use of fire. As 11:30 came, I decided to pull out my Demon Slayer outfit from a secret compartment in my closet to wear it and head off towards the woods. I agreed to meet Yaoyorozu and her friend. Once there, I began waiting for them to come a few minutes before the meet time. I see you didn't blow smoke up my ass. Good for you. I glanced over to see Yaoyorozu and Uraraka with them smiling. Keep in mind, you may lose that smile when you realize what training I have planned. Worth it? Yaoyorozu showed some form of excitement as Uraraka glanced up in shock. Midoriya? You're a Demon Slayer? I nodded before walking over. I'm here on assignment. Starting now though, you're going to call me Master. Any problems with that? No sir. The 2 began bowing for me to glance over at the woods. Starting now, your job is to take down a tree with one of these blades. I tossed a blunt broadsword to both of them before explaining. A skilled Demon Slayer would be able to end a demon with even a dull blade. You have until sunrise to succeed. You fail, and that just means you'll have to finish it the next day. Not only that, but you'll go without sleep tomorrow. Get the message? Both nodded for me to stand and walk away. You're not going to watch us? Yaoyorozu asked as I explained what she's neglecting to see in a calm manner. I'm here to take out demons, not to teach. Something you'll understand shortly. I glanced out towards the school to sense something. Continue your training. Karasu here will watch you and warn me if something happens. Both girls stared at Karasu for him to speak up. Why are you waiting to start? Training waits for nobody. Oh. Talking crow. I stared at both who shrieked somewhat irritated. This was what scared them today. You're scared of Karasu. We have a guy in our class that literally has the head of a crow and a body of a man. A girl who literally is a female version of Kirby. A girl that is a floating pair of clothes practically, and a guy with engines that grew out of his calves. What part of Karasu is scarier and more creepy? I walked off towards the school not caring anymore. Whatever I'm sensing, it needs to be taken down immediately. Third-person POV. Izuku walked towards the school grounds to see Cementos doing some rounds around. Taking a bit of focus to his senses, he seemed to be normal in his actions. If I remember correctly, Cementos was scheduled to go around school grounds tonight to make sure nothing's happening. So long as I can handle this outside of his view, it won't be a problem. Sensing the demon, Izuku glanced up to see an open window towards the school. Time to get a little wall climbing in. Izuku ran towards the wall before climbing up it and grabbing the window. Using his upper body strength, Izuku hopped inside before Cementos could hear something and turned towards the window to see nothing. Must have been an animal or something. That window does need to get shut though before something gets in. As Cementos enters into the school through the main entrance, Izuku runs through the halls as silently as he can. At least I was trained to have some stealth in my step by Kane. Reaching the cafeteria, Izuku was met by a giant monstrous demon with a portly image similar to an ogre. Hello there. It seems you're looking for something. Might I ask what it is? Merchi. I smell it. A human of Merchi is here somewhere. Looking at the table the demon was in front of, Izuku noticed it was the same table that Ochako sat at and practically being over the exact spot she was at. If you're going after people, then it's my job to take you out. Unsheathing his blades, the demon realized what Izuku was to smile. A demon slayer. I hope you're tasty. Waiting for the first move, Izuku poses calmly while taking a deep breath in. The demon comes at him with the young demon slayer moving immediately to get past the monster with his blades sheathing. Cursed breathing, 6th form, striking demonic slash. The slash was so fast for the demon's head to not even show any form of a cut for a few seconds before falling to the ground, turning to ash before nothing. Probably didn't even need a breathing form for you, but it has been a while since I've used that attack to make sure I was able to use it again. What was that noise? The sound of Cementos forced Izuku to run towards a booth to hide behind as the pro-hero opens the door to the cafeteria. In Cementos's eyes, he couldn't tell where exactly the sound was as well as noticing absolutely nothing out of place with the corpse of the demon completely gone. I need to get off the night shift. I wonder if Ectoplasm or Hound Dog will swap with me tomorrow. He shut the door for Izuku to wait a few seconds before standing up and heading towards a window in the kitchen in the back. The demons already know about Uraraka being in the school. This may make a magnet effect to have more demons come onto the grounds. This'll be a problem. He kept thinking of this as he went back towards where he left Ochako and Momo before realizing how much he had to focus on everyone's training. If Uraraka is brought up to a level where she can end normal demons, that can reduce the amount of danger she's in. Not only that, but Yayarosa being at the strength of that level can act as an assistance when I can't be around her. Even I can't protect someone 24/7. The sound of a tree falling brought an interest to Izuku's ears. Someone was able to pass my test faster than I planned. Heading back towards the woods, the look of Karasu and Ochako shocked beyond belief as Momo stood in front of a stump with some confidence. She glanced back to see Izuku and smile. So does this mean we can go to the next step? She only used the sword, correct? Karasu flew towards Izuku's shoulder to roost and explain. She only used the blunt broadsword. However, her strength is similar to Lady Mitsuri's. Innate muscular density? Interesting. Yes. My mother had taken me to a doctor after I had lifted a desk before I was even a year old. The doctor said I hold about 8 times the muscular density as someone would in my normal muscle mass. A side effect of this is my appetite is dash. Enough to be the same as a couple of sumo wrestlers. I've met someone exactly the same in that regard. As he said this, an idea came into his mind. Maybe I should put in a request for Mitsuri to help me train her. Question is, what should Uraraka train with? Izuku noticed Ochako breathe for a moment before what looked like total concentration being used for a slash of wind to come. What the nuts? Ochako stopped what she was doing to see the level of destruction she caused to the tree. So it worked? What were you trying to do here? Izuku asked for Ochako to explain. The demon slayer Shinobu did something called total concentration from what she said where it focuses on breathing. I saw it happen once and I tried finding ways to make it work myself. This was unfortunately met with it feeling like my lungs were going to collapse each time I use it, but I kinda have something worthwhile. Izuku couldn't speak. Ochako basically explained to him that she was able to mimic total concentration with no teacher and only seeing it once in her life. He thought of what he saw and noticed some issues with how she breathed compared to Shinobu. Did you change the style of breathing that you saw from Shinobu at all? Kinda. When I tried doing what I thought Shinobu did, it felt like I was about to throw up my lungs. I tried probably about 8 different ways to breathe. With what was total concentration in mind before it finally worked to some degree, that explains why her breathing was similar to his. Izuku cleared his throat before speaking. But I think I have an idea what I should teach you all for breathing styles. I thought you'd teach us your own breathing style? Momo asked for this to be explained. My breathing style is next to impossible for you to learn because it takes certain traits that are unique to me that isn't to anyone else. However, You both are able to use some unique styles yourself. Yaoyorozu, a personally close friend of mine, is a master of what's called love breathing. It's a technique that takes your inherent strength and ability for flexibility and pushes it to its max. I'll be in touch with her when I can, but this is a skill that is next to impossible for someone to naturally master outside of your abilities. Uraraka, your breathing is similar to that of wind breathing. While learning my own breathing style, I noticed some unique skills with certain breathing styles. As such, I can guarantee that you'll become a fine wind-breathing demon slayer. I'll be asking a companion of mine if he could help. The issue is that he's hard to handle at times. Izuku looked away before continuing. Anyway, why don't we try continuing some of our training with a few starting points to wind and love breathing? Both nodded with a little excitement. Izuku couldn't do much for them for training in their categories primarily because there's no information on how love breathing works as much since Mitsuri was the only one that had information, and when he tried to get the information, it was almost like talking to a kid for an explanation. Wind breathing was easier, but not ideal for him to teach. Izuku kept thinking where he should go with Karasu pecking at his head. I can send a request for Lady Kanroji and Sir Shinazugawa to give some pointers for their training. Please do. Mention to the master that I shall train my 2 assigned people to protect how to be demon slayers upon their request. Karasu nodded before flying out of the area before Izuku turned towards the 2 girls. Be warned. Demon slayer training is beyond painful and agonizing. You will go through hell. Far worse than I have, and the training itself will be done until it almost ends you. And if you survive the brink, you'll be able to do amazing things. What we started here was merely a way to see where you stand. You'll be doing far worse. Are you still willing? Both nodded. Then let's begin. Izuku rushed towards them for the 2 to be unable to see him before getting a knee to their stomachs before being sent flying out of the area. When they were able to stop by hitting a tree, the 2 were found in the middle of nowhere in the woods. Ow, that really hurt. Ochako shouted as she started standing up and falling into a pitfall. What the heck? Your training will start with you both having to get out of the woods before sunrise. You will do this again and again and again every night until you'll be able to easily master this. If you fail to do this before the sun rises, you'll not get breakfast and you'll have to train hungry. Understand? Ochako was able to pull herself out of the pit to hear this. So what's with the pit? I set up a few traps. You won't be able to see them so easily and you'll have to react quickly if you trip them. If you focus on being careful, you'll never beat the clock. Both couldn't tell where exactly Izuku's voice was coming from to even use his own voice as a guideline to where to go. Knowing now what they're dealing with, Momo and Ochako began running with a few traps immediately being met with some large logs sending them back as well as a few more nimble branches hitting them in the face. As this occurred, Izuku sat calmly on a tree log that Momo cut, keeping track of the senses around the school with his senses. This is only the beginning. Skill and base strength are only 2 of the many factors that make up a demon slayer. You'll soon find that out and realize just how dangerous it really is to be one. Izuku POV. Keep moving. You think a demon's going to let you take a break? Their purpose is to slaughter you. About a month has passed since I entered into the school to watch over both Uraraka and Yaoyorozu as well as teach them to become demon slayers. For the most part, I was able to teach Uraraka the basics of the stances wind breathing works around from my past knowledge. Yaoyorozu's was a little more difficult, but I was able to get some simple stances out of probably a 2-hour-long talk with Mitsuri. I did have to do this away from everyone though, since it would look sketchy if I was to talk with a girl nobody knew. I have enough problems with that Ashido girl trying to think I'm dating Uraraka and Yaoyorozu since we spend a decent amount of time together. I don't need her thinking something else and spreading rumors about me to make my job harder. Right now, I have them both working with Nicorine swords made solely for demon slayers in training. I was surprised when I found out there's a difference between the ones real demon slayers get and the ones that apprentices get. Then again, I can see why since so many don't survive final selection. I noticed Uraraka stop with her ankle twisted a bit. Damn it. You okay? I walked towards her to see her wincing a bit. Yeah. It's just these stances are really painful on my wrists and ankles. Is wind breathing really this hard? From what I'm told, it's far more wild most others. Consider the 5 base forms similar to this. Water is calm and flowing, fire is a strong offensive, wind is extremely wild, earth is extremely strength base, and lightning is speed specified. All focus on the same concept, but the methods are extremely different. What does love breathing fall under then? Yaoyorozu asked for me to explain the side branches. As more demon slayers came into the picture, some fell into a category of they could use one of the 5 styles somewhat, but not enough to qualify as a demon slayer. As such, they decided to create a different one using the knowledge they know of the base breathing style they learned as foundation. Love breathing is a direct descendant of flame breathing. Yaoyorozu looked at her weapon and seemed as if she got the match. When you think about it and take out the nimbleness I need, it does make sense with the style. Exactly. By the way, we'll be leaving for the weekend starting after training tonight. Nizu's already aware of this, so it's not worth talking to him about it. Wait, where? I turned to Uraraka to answer her. The Butterfly Mansion. In the time I trained with them, I explained a little more about my life while also keeping the part of being half demon out. I explained about the Kocho sisters and how they were my teachers, and Shinobu still acts as a guardian for me as well as a physician who I regularly need to go to. I went to sit back on a rock before continuing. I was also told Shinazugawa and Kanroji are both on leave at the same time and able to help give you the basics a little better. Why did you just almost call Miss Kanroji by her first name? Yaoyorozu questioned me before a thought popped up in my head of what Mitsuri would say if I tried to ignore this for the future. Why would Izuku call me by my first name? It's because he's the man I plan to marry. The thought of Mitsuri doing that would immediately have me lose a lot of respect among my students to answer. Well, she's a close friend that helped me go out on missions with our other friend Iguro and his companion Kaburamuro. Kaburamuro? Both question me with an explanation about him. He's a snake that Iguro holds around his neck. He's a very loyal companion that I like a lot. They understood for me to clear my throat. If you have time to talk, then you have time to train. Train until it nearly ends you. Yes, sir. They panicked and went right back into training for me to look up at the night sky. Something tells me Mitsuri may end up embarrassing me. The thought of what she normally does when we reunite after having some time apart came to my head with a soft sensation coming to mind. God damn it. Why did the tailor for Mitsuri's uniform have to be a friggin' perv? The next day, Ochako POV. After training was done, Midoriya allowed me and Momo go take a shower before packing enough clothes for about 2 days. He also made sure we packed clothes to train in since he said our training won't stop even if we're away from school. He also said in all actuality, we'll be able to train even more since we won't have to hide it. I was a little scared since I can barely stay awake during school with the training we do already. When we left school, we jumped on a train going out towards basically the middle of nowhere with a crazy long walk from the station to a giant mansion. Welcome you two to the Butterfly Mansion. One of the very few clinics specifically made to heal demon slayers in Japan. I stared at the place in shock thinking how huge it is. Midoriya lived in a mansion? Just how much does he make as a demon slayer? You're questioning how much I make as a demon slayer, aren't you? I froze seeing Midoriya stare at me with a blank expression. Hashira can make their own wage to live on. For the most part, I survive on 450,000 yen a month somewhat easily. Of course, a large amount of that goes to when I do missions with Mitsuri and Iguro since I try and pick up the tab for when we eat. A little over 3,100 in US currency as of writing this. Lower ranks do get paid too, but their income is obviously set at a lower level due to them not having as much experience and the chances being higher you die due to lack of experience. It is somewhat easy to tell the gap between you and everyone in our class. Momo mentioned this for me to remember the battle training we did. It was insane. Without even needing to use his second katana he had on his hero costume, which was apparently just a samurai outfit for some reason, he was able to take down Bakugo and Todoroki like it was nothing. Midoriya was like a one-man wrecking team and it was so cool. We walked towards the entrance for Midoriya to knock on the door and it opened to a girl with her hair tied up in a ponytail and a butterfly scrunchie from what it looked like. Something about her seemed odd to say the least. Kaneo. It's great to see you again. The girl named Kaneo smiled at Izuku before nodding. She didn't speak or even have an air around her that showed any emotion. It was weird but also not necessarily bad if I could put it in perspective. I don't know, the girl was just giving me mixed vibes. Is Shinobu in? I need my regular treatment. Regular treatment? Is Midoriya sick or something? Kaneo pulled away from our path to allow us in for Midoriya to bow and walk in. We did the same and wandered deeper into the mansion before coming at a room. Once he opened it, we were all met by the woman that saved me when I was younger. Shinobu. It's nice to see you're doing well. The woman Shinobu pulled her head up from her work to turn and smile at Midoriya. Izuku. So great to see you're doing well as well. I figure these are the 2 demon slayers in training you mentioned in your letters? Yes. Midoriya turned to the side to introduce us to Shinobu. Shinobu. This is Ochako Uraraka and Momo Yaoyorozu. Apparently, you helped save Uraraka a while back and Yaoyorozu was also someone I saved a little while ago. Oh, it's very nice to meet you both. My name is Shinobu Kocho. To make things simple, I'm somewhat a legal guardian of Izuku as well as his doctor. I also perform medical assistance for various demon slayers, especially those that are injured on the field and need rehabilitation. I'm not trying to gloat, but I am quite good at my job. She smiled at us while also mildly bragging about how talented she is. Oh right, Mitsuri is already here and has been waiting most of the day to see you, Izuku. Something tells me I'm going to be attacked soon. Izuku. We heard someone shout from the hall before seeing what looked like a very voluptuous woman come running towards us. The thing that made her strange though was the fact she had her hair pink with green tints on the bottom. Did she dye her hair that color or is that a strange natural color? Izuku. She immediately went to tackle Midoriya to the ground and pull his head into her chest. I missed you so much. You don't understand the amount of sadness I have not seen the man I love so much for so long. What? Both me and Momo shouted in shock for the woman to keep hugging Midoriya until he was able to lift her up and place her on her feet and get on his. Midoriya, why did you not tell us you had a girlfriend? Yeah, that kinda is important to find out about someone. Besides, shouldn't you also keep that stuff out of public? It's embarrassing to watch. I felt extremely irritated for some reason. Midoriya didn't peg me for the type to have a girlfriend, yet here he is with one. I felt well, I wouldn't say jealous but off. Before things get any farther, allow me to clear some things up. This is Mitsuri Kanroji. She's the love Hashira. And for the part about finding a man that she loves it kinda goes into something that happened when I first became a Hashira. We fought and he was able to win against me and get my hand in marriage. Kanroji kept saying things like this to have it irritate me even more. Mitsuri came into the Demon Slayer Corps to hopefully find a suitable husband. However, she had to find someone that was stronger than her. Just like you, Yaoyorozu, Mitsuri has a unique muscular system that makes her far stronger than her normal physique says. Kanroji pulled up her sleeve to try and flex a little as a way to explain it for it to confuse all of us still. Mitsuri, I need to get my monthly injection. Can you please continue to explain this to Yaoyorozu and Uraraka? Also, don't go and say stuff that sounds like I commit debauchery with you or something. Okay. She smiled at Izuku before giving him a kiss on the cheek. This really annoyed both me and Yaoyorozu for some reason before being carried out of the area by Kanroji literally lugging us on her shoulders. It's beautiful outside. Why don't we have some tea and matcha in the back? We didn't have much ability to argue with the Hashira lugging us out to just go along with it. When we were out on an overpass, she put us down next to a few dozen bento boxes. She unwrapped them to show they were loaded with sakura machi. Wait, are all of these filled with machi? I asked for Kanroji to nod. I was hoping to share some with Izuku and be very lovey-dovey with him today, but having a little girl talk with his students is just as good. I was somewhat drooling at the thought of so much machi to sit down and be passed a box with Momo being passed one as well. Some little girls soon came over and gave us all tea, before sitting next to us and being given a box each as well. They honestly seemed like nice kids to not be bothered as much by it. Ms. Kanroji, please, just call me Mitsuri. I feel embarrassed when you call me Miss. Kanroji corrected Momo before she continued. Okay, Mitsuri. Do you know what Ms. Kocho is treating Midoriya for? Mitsuri smiled calmly to herself before answering. She's helping him keep his demon half in check. I don't know the full details of what he witnessed, but Izuku isn't a normal human. His mother unfortunately for some reason made a deal with the creator of all demons, Muzan Kibutsuji. As such, Izuku was born. Though he was half demon, he always spoke of his family as if they genuinely did love him. They sound like great people. I'd love to meet them one day. I mentioned this before placing a machi in my mouth. You can't. They died when he was little. I saw Mitsuri's smile go away before she frowned. I don't know the exact details since I don't want to pull up a horrible memory, but his family had two very specific rules for him. Never go out during the day for people to see him and never go into town. They lived on the edge of a small town in the countryside where he could have lived a long and happy life if he didn't break these rules. A drunken man saw him on a very late night. Him and his siblings thought nobody would be around and noticed something he normally keeps hidden. His eyes were blood red and slits like a real demon's. As such, Izuku's entire family was murdered for it. I'm not certain, but I think they were burned alive since Izuku doesn't take too kindly to fires. As far as it sounds, Midoriya seems like he blames himself for something he didn't intentionally mean. Momo mentions before placing the empty container of machi she had to the side and was given another. I told him the same thing, but he still feels responsible. He says that it was never in malicious intent, but his childish desire to see the outside world for what his family can normally with no consequence is what led to their end, and he can never forgive himself for it. That's more why he fights. To seek atonement for the one wrong he committed that put 4 innocent people to death. I looked over to see the 3 girls beside us crying. Izuku's such a nice person. He helps me with the laundry when he sees me. He helps me carry heavy things to rooms. He helps me hit the tatami mats to get the dirt off. Now realizing what our teacher had gone through, both me and Momo looked at each other and came to a mutual understanding. Midoriya's on a path of self-destruction and we need to find a way to ease the burden. I'm sorry we didn't know, Midoriya. I promise, me and Momo will get stronger. That way we can become great demon slayers to help you and free you from your guilt. Momo POV. After Midoriya had finished his treatment for his demon half, he came back out to us and spoke. Today you'll both be learning the breathing styles from the 2 Hashira that are on standby right now. Yaoyorozu. You'll be learning from Kanroji. Since she is the only one that knows of love breathing, it makes sense and she can teach you things I can never. Yes, sir. Midoriya turned to Uraraka next. Uraraka. You're coming with me to meet a Hashira by the name of Sanemi Shinazugawa. He's the wind-breathing Hashira that can help explain to you ways to fix the flaws in your form in a way that I wouldn't be able to pick up faster knowing them from conflict. Understood. The 2 walked off with Kanroji running towards Izuku and hugging him while giving a kiss on his cheek. I'll wait for you to come back and then we can have a little bit of a more loving time together. Midoriya blushed a bit with both Uraraka and I looking a little flushed as well. They left somewhat quickly for Kanroji to look at me. Okay, time to get some training done and have some fun. Let's go. Kanroji seemed excited with this to make me a little happy as well. This, though, changed about 30 minutes later in a training area with her. Ayaha. The training consisted of me having extreme dexterity to perform things. As such, I felt my legs completely split while also having my back bend back. Just breathe. The more you can bend, the better you can do love breathing. Our training is all about dexterity. Now, I'm going to have your top half of your body get pulled forward a bit. She did this with my spine feeling like I was about to snap. You're ending me. Don't be overdramatic. Your body isn't used to the strain yet, but it's able to bend this way. If it wasn't, your legs would have been dislocated already or your spine would have already snapped. Even if they do, we can have Shinobu help put you back together. She calmly said this with a smile to Panic. What part of that is relaxing to hear? We continued through a few more stretches for us to finally end it and have me on the ground in pain. But time to take a break and let your body adjust back to what it should be. This hurts so much. At least you're learning and working out the kinks now. I had to learn as I go. This began getting me thinking on this to get up a bit. How long did it take you to master love breathing to the level you can? I was able to master it well enough in combat in 6 months of actually starting my Demon Slayer training. mastering the style itself to complete it entirely, probably another year or two to that in actual combat. So since I was handling it and learning the bugs as they came, you're on a good track of having someone tell you what you need to do. I say you could master the skills at your rate of going in probably about a year. Maybe you could handle final selection in 4 months of training. I'd even go as far as 3 if you push yourself more. Final selection? I asked for Kenroji to explain. Consider it the rite of passage that every demon slayer has to handle. In short, demon slayers have to handle being on a mountain we keep captured demons on for 7 nights. After, you can officially call yourself a demon slayer. There's roughly 50 masters in Japan scattered across the country to learn from, and the success rate for each demon slayer to survive is, well, low. I gulped hearing this as Kenroji continued. Though you are facing notably weaker demons, numbers can be a threat to you. That's why we train until it nearly ends you. She said the last part with a smile on her face and a kind aura to worry me a bit. I hope Uraraka's training is doing better than mine. With Izuku and Ochako POV. My answer is no. Now get out of here, monster. After finding out where Mr. Shinazugawa was, Midoriya and I confronted him at a training area where a man with white hair covered head to toe in scars was. He seemed very angry to the point it kinda scared me to see him. You wanna dump your stupid disciple on someone, do it on Abanai or Kocho. I have better things to do than babysit for you. He hit a practice dummy with force strong enough to slice it with a practice sword to shock me. Is that thing even sharp? You know, out of everyone, you've used wind breathing to its fullest extent and can teach Uraraka far better than Dash. Like I care. She wants to learn so badly how to become a demon slayer, find someone else to learn from, or die to a demon right now. The order doesn't need another weakling in it. We've got plenty already. He continued with his training for Midoriya now to look annoyed. Look, Shinazugawa. I tried finding the wind-breathing master, but he's nowhere to be found. You're the next best thing and she has a real talent for it. You've fought and handled threats to mankind in ways that most of the Order admire and respect. All I'm asking is for you to train Uraraka and help her become a worthy swordsman. Dash. I don't want a Tsuguko. She'd probably die in the first year of the Corps anyway if she even makes it that long. Mr. Shinazugawa glared at me next to have a shiver come down my spine. Take this as my warning, girl. Get out of the Demon Slayer Corps. It's not a place for people like you. What do you mean? Mr. Shinazugawa walked over to me and held my head to look me in the eye. I can tell right now that you've got people that care for you and give a crap if you die. If you want to be a good demon slayer, you better be ready to die. But if you do, would those people be sad if you did? The Demon Slayer Corps is full of people like me and the demon here that have nothing they can cling on to anymore and nothing that they can lose. We've all already lost everything we ever held dear, and that's what made us strong. Compared to us, you're not worth training because you have more that you can do in life. He pushed me away before going back to his training. Now get out of here. I was now getting irritated at this to walk over to the ground and sit in front of where Mr. Shinazugawa was sitting. I'm not leaving here until you help me train in wind breathing. Are you deaf? I have no desire whatsoever to train you. Then you'll just have to get used to seeing my face and me nagging you to teach me until you go out on an assignment. I smirked at him with Midoriya glancing at Mr. Shinazugawa. Just teach her where she's going wrong. It's something you don't even have to spend so much time on her. She has the book you gave me on how to use wind breathing. But learning from a book and learning from someone who knows exactly what you should be are two different things. She's not leaving and I'm not taking her back until you help her. Your choice. Be irritated by her being here, or be irritated in trying to make her stronger. Midoriya walked away from Mr. Shinazugawa to scowl in rage. He turned to me with his eyes showing absolute rage. Get the hell up now so that I can see where you're screwing up. Yes, sir. I stood up and began holding a stance for the first form. I started attacking with quick pivots to slowly hesitate. Why are you hesitating? Sorry. It just hurts a lot when I try to use the stances. He glared at me before seeing my wrists and ankles and walking forward. He grabbed my arm and pulled the sleeve up. Why aren't you wrapping your ankles and wrists? I didn't know that was something I had to do. Wind breathing is far more difficult to have a body for. As a way for most wind-breathing demon slayers to do the stances right, They wrap their ankles and wrists to avoid rolling them the wrong way or dislocating them with the wild movements. It keeps them in place and allows for more wild movements with less consequence. I didn't know that. Thanks. That idiot is so pathetic with teaching, it's embarrassing. Mr. Shinazugawa gave me gauze to wrap around and giving an example of the tightness on my wrist. That's really tight. No duh. The job isn't to make it comfy. The job is to keep your wrist and ankle from moving the wrong way and hurting yourself. You do the rest. I understood to wrap them as tight as I could with Mr. Shinazugawa shouting again. Don't wrap them so tight you lose circulation. Yes, sir. I tried to do them as best I could before finishing and him giving one final glance at the tightness. Now try the first form again. Right? I took the stance again. Wind breathing. First form. I dashed forward and cut from one side to the next as quick as I could. Dust whirlwind cutter. I was able to do it at a much better speed than normal and get a nice hit on the practice dummy that I could barely even feel. That was pathetic. Your speed needs to be at least double that or you won't succeed at all in combat. Are you trying to be a demon's meal, or are you trying to become a demon slayer? Demon slayer, sir. Then put forth the effort. We're going to do this as many times as it takes until that speed is worthwhile. Understand? Yes, sir. I felt extremely scared now. I didn't know how fast wind breathing was to feel very out of place now. I miss Midoriya's training now. Izuku POV. As everyone began training with someone to get better with their breathing styles, I began heading towards a grave site I regularly went to whenever I visited the Butterfly Mansion. Arriving there, I smiled and knelt down towards a tombstone dedicated to the Kocho family. Master, I'm sorry I've been gone for so long. I have some good news though. I started cleaning the grave marker while speaking with my teacher. I've taken up 2 apprentices in my new job at UA. One's just like my friend Mitsuri in being capable of love breathing. My other apprentice is someone that can use wind breathing. I'm sure you would have liked them both. I felt a bit of sadness before finishing making sure Kane's family grave marker was clean. I lit a bit of incense before holding my head down. I still wish I could have seen you one final time before. It seems you are here to pay your respects once again. I glanced over to see BGMI tower above me. I figured it was only fair I came back here to honor my master. I owe a lot to her. BGMI knelt down beside me and began clapping his hands while reciting a Buddhist prayer. I heard from Shinobu that you helped them both when they weren't Hashira yet. I was simply doing my duties as a demon slayer, such as what you are doing as a disciple of one right now. BGMI began tearing up a bit before shutting his eyelids. This world is unjust. People die for reasons we cannot fathom. Seeing you firsthand, I can tell you are not a dastardly wicked soul, but yet another unfortunate lost lamb trapped within this damnable world we call life. For that, I think I deserve to apologize to you for believing you were a foul demon. You weren't the only one, and to be honest, you're not that wrong. If my situation was any less of the ideal one, I wouldn't be shocked if I was ended upon revealing to be half demon. Our job as demon slayers is to defeat demons so that the people around them don't have to suffer anymore. Some though I do feel pity for because of what they went through. I've seen souls suffer because of their own loved ones' pain. Does this mean you will shirk your responsibilities as a demon slayer? I shook my head at this comment before explaining a little better. If a demon will end humans, I won't hesitate to end them. But if they show remorse for their actions remembering their past life, I will give them the comfort of praying for their next life and hoping they live a long and kind one with people who cherish them. I see. BGMI stood up and glanced down at me. Your master picked a peculiar boy to be her student. But you are a kind one at heart. BGMI smiled at me before patting my head and walking away. Never forget that kindness. It is a gift that should be shared with all who need and can be given it. Of course, kindness does always have to be guarded from those that wish to abuse it. As he walked, I noticed several children around the stone Hashira to understand he must have his own demons. Just as Shinazugawa said, the order is full of people who have lost everything tying them to the world everyone else lives in, and nothing to lose, forfeiting their lives if need be. I got up and began feeling my body slightly warmer than normal after getting a shot. Weird. Maybe I knelt too long. At the Butterfly Mansion, third-person POV. Shinobu continued her work in her pharmacy while looking at Izuku's DNA. From what she could see, his demon cells were starting to become more active and violent than they've been on average. Strange. Is this a side effect of maturing into an adult, or is this something else entirely? She pulled away from her screen and began pulling out a recorder. Month XX Day XX. Upon research into Izuku's cells, I have discovered his demon half has become more active than it usually is. Due to this, adjustments to the wisteria shot and sedatives are mandatory for the next shot. My only concern as of right now is that this increase will not cause an extreme alteration to his mood and aggression. Taking cautionary turns, I will suggest to the girls of the estate as well as his students to avoid contact with him. In the worst case, he does go aggressive and tries to attack someone. She stopped recording her conclusion and began thinking of the last time he went berserk. Should I warn Mitsuri of this? If she does find out what actually is happening, she might attempt to keep Izuku from getting another shot. But at this point, keeping her on the estate as a safety measure is the safest bet so he doesn't get out of control and cause more damage. She continued with her work thinking of the percentage increase needed for Izuku's regular sedative. Izuku POV. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel like my body's ripping at the seams? I began feeling my body go on fire with it feeling like I could break apart at any moment. What's making my body like this? I glanced up to see Yayorozu and Uraraka going pale while eating. I took some notice to see them barely able to keep the food in their mouths to have the urge to stuff it full of my dumbus. I slammed my head into the table while shouting in my head. Izuku, are you okay? I glanced up at Shinobu who was staring at me with worry. It's nothing. I glanced over to Mitsuri to see her stuff her face with a smile on her face. My gaze went down to her open uniform to feel my mouth salvitate a bit. So big. That uniform looks like it's barely fitting her body and is going to pop out at the SEC. What the hell am I thinking? Izuku, you need to try this. It's so good. Mitsuri smiled before pushing some food held in her chopsticks towards me. I went red before opening my mouth and having her push it in my mouth. As it was in my mouth, I could taste Mitsuri on the chopsticks have the urge to taste her mouth directly. It's so sweet. If I could push forward right now, I could take her lips and force my tongue down her throat. Grab a hold of her chest through her uniform and slide my free hand down and dig my fingers into her. Stop that. I couldn't take the feeling of what was going on in my mind right now to stand up. Sorry, Shinobu. I'm just not that hungry tonight. No worries. I'll have it put in the fridge in case you get hungry later tonight. Would you like anything else or will you retire to your room tonight? I think I'll call it an early night. It's been a while since I've had a night where I called it in at a normal time and slept through. I tried to walk away somewhat fast to avoid someone seeing me before turning a corner and looking down at myself. Just keep it together. Nobody saw you, so you can handle this and then go to bed. I walked right to my room before bumping into Kaneo who was pulling some laundry. Sorry. I tried to help with her gaze looking down at my lower half. I went red with this and run away. I swear this isn't what it looks like. I went right into my room and pulled the covers over me to hide my shame. Why is this happening to me? Few hours later, third-person POV. Izuku laid in his bed uneasy with everything that had happened. His body continued to feel extreme tension to the point he's been handling it himself for a few times now to feel no satisfaction at all. Damn it. Why is this happening? He began crying a notable amount before holding his head under his pillow. I want to die right now. Izukuch hearing a bit of noise, Izuku moved his head up to see Mitsuri crawling on top of him. It's been a while since I've seen you. I thought maybe a little bit of skinship could be worthwhile. His body was completely under hers as Mitsuri moved closer to Izuku's lips. If anything, could I at least have one little late-night kiss? I promise I'll leave after that. As she said this, something in Izuku finally snapped and had him smile. Really? Is that all you'd be willing to have tonight? This confused Mitsuri as her arms were grabbed by Izuku as he flipped her to be under him. She looked up at him to see his eyes be that of his demon half. How many years have you shoved your chest in me or tried to show me your feelings? I think it's about time I try to reciprocate them. The next morning, Izuku POV. After my little night with Mitsuri, Shinobu had both of us kneel in front of her in her office looking somewhat tired and angry through her smile. It seems you two have taken it to believe that this home is no different than a love hotel. Granted, it was partially my fault Izuku was in this state for not knowing he was in need of an increase on his dosage. But that does not mean you sneaking into his bed and allowing him to do things I'd rather not talk about to require you to take medicine to ensure you do not get pregnant is not something in my responsibility. Yes. I'm sorry, ma'am. I held my head down as Shinobu pulled out a vial and injected it in me with little concern if it hurts. Oh, this may be more than what you should get, but it will prevent another Mitsuri incident to happen. She turned to Mitsuri and explained what exactly happens to me during a new moon for her to now understand the full story. So he can get very horny during the new moon? Exactly. I'm not saying Izuku did not find you attractive before, but this was more of a problem because of the new moon. Try not to let him go on a rampage like this again, please. Immediately, Mitsuri had an idea to have stars in her eyes. Can we wait next time until after the new moon for dash? Oh. Not happening. Shinobu stopped this in its tracks to turn and begin doing her work. All I could say from the act though is that now I'm in the doghouse and all I can do is let this happen. She's mad now. I just hope this doesn't last long. 6 months later, Izuku POV. Time continued to go by with me and everyone. UA continued to work with everyone becoming heroes while I continued to play my game as a hero in training by day and work as a demon slayer teacher by night. Today, we're taking a trip into the forest from what I was told by the staff. The area was changed last minute due to some dumbass villain group called the League of Villains. A group of humans wanting to destroy society. I did some background checking on them thanks to some networks I was able to get through Tengen and his wives. Apparently, he couldn't get much on them except they were starting to be a big thing after the Hosu City incident. I still want to sock that dumbass Ida for almost blowing my cover for having to use total concentration to take on Stain bare-handed. Was surprised Stain knew what I was and took disgust saying that those that protect the night are helping false heroes. Fortunately Ida never pushed or found out for me to be able to keep my cover. Hey, Midoriya. You want something to snack on, bro? I glanced over to Kirishima holding out a bag of chips. I'm good. I paid attention to a book I was given by Aizawa. From what the class believed, I was simply someone that liked books and Aizawa was someone that helped my fix when he finds one he liked. However, this was a ruse for him to give me information that I needed to know from Nizu without constantly calling me to the office. Not saying I wouldn't care, but several office calls will raise a red flag. I found a note on the side giving page numbers. Reading through them, I began seeing what was said. Forest. Pussycats. Demons present. Villains found information. Signs of Muzan. Oh, now that's something worthwhile. I kept reading before something came up. Copy of me? Picture of suspects? I saw another page number to keep going and find a picture. What I saw shocked me. No. It can't be. The bus stopped for me to look up and see everyone start getting off of it. Once I did, everyone started looking around for us to be in the middle of nowhere. I didn't bother that much for them to find out about what's happening and tried to think of what was happening before two pro heroes that looked like they had some kind of cat fetish with one having reddish-brown hair and another with blonde. They started talking about what was going on with them being the pro heroes helping them train this week. Midoriya. A word, please. I went to Aizawa for the pro heroes to say they needed to get to the camp before the blonde one tossed them off the cliff with an earth quirk. The only people not thrown off was myself, Uraraka and Yaoyorozu. We waited a few minutes before Aizawa spoke up. Alright, we can talk freely now. Good. Because I genuinely want to ask. Why does every female pro hero look like they work in the X industry? I shouted out a little for everyone to have Mandalay and Pixie Bob look at me in shock of my blunt comment. What was that? Pixie Bob went right towards me to grab my shirt collar. Take that back, Ehole. I have never worked as a hooker and never have plans to. I stared at her blankly before looking at Aizawa. So, is it something part of the pro hero criteria that women are supposed to be sexy? What about my apology? I glanced towards the girl and asked a serious question. Take a long hard look at yourself and ask yourself if you do or do not look like a hooker or someone that you'd call to give a man a muscular soldier. Getting off the topic. Let's start off with a rundown of what you've encountered here, Mandalay. Aizawa mentioned this for Mandalay to speak up. So we have found in our forest severed body parts of humans. We've already reported this to the police with abnormal sounds and what looks like light coming from the forest at night. We were uncertain what this was to investigate before finding a girl looking around a year or two younger than you all. In a way to avoid any uncertainty, we decided to get a picture of her before a male came that looked like he could be a first year in high school. Judging by the fact they had similar facial features and hair color, we're going under the assumption that they might be related. We did however find them attacking a woman and cannibalizing her while emphasizing they were far stronger than any normal human being. Any chance it's a quirk? Mandalay shook her head no as an answer. The girl could manipulate ice from what we could tell as well as the boy could use some kind of black fire. If this was the case, we'd be facing some kind of hybrid quirk user with the aspect not making any sense whatsoever. The fact that they only come out at night and the previous night we tried to confront them solidifying our belief that they're demons. Pixie Bob added in for me to ask about the confrontation. What happened when you confronted them? Tiger, Mandalay, Ragdoll and I were fighting the girl, however, she was able to overpower us so easily that it was scary. She snapped Ragdoll's arm like it was a twig before hitting Tiger so hard he was knocked out by one punch to the gut. To be honest, I was afraid we were going to die before the sun started coming up for them to panic and run. If we confronted them any time before sunrise, there's no doubt in my mind we wouldn't be here. Uraraka and Yayorozu shivered a bit at this as I kept thinking. Did you see anything strange on them? Maybe a number on their eyeballs? Yeah, actually. They both had one that said lower one on it. Not sure what that means though. It means you literally saved yourself with that sunrise. If you faced them during the middle of the night, those two demons could have ended you all without any chance of survival. You were facing one of the 12 Kazuki, the strongest demons to ever walk this earth. The fact that you survived is nothing more than a miracle. So something like that is in this forest. Should we consider moving the camp? Aizawa asked me to think of our options. Considering Uraraka's blood will attract demons and this is one of the most powerful lower rank, I should be able to end them without problem. But why are there two with the lower one rank? Are they some kind of balanced power or something stronger? I thought for a moment before giving my verdict. I'll hunt the grounds at night. During this, nobody is allowed out of the camp under any circumstances. If they do, I can't guarantee their safety. Understood. I'll make sure everyone has a curfew before sundown to get inside. I nodded before going to the bus. Before I did though, I glanced over at the boy looking down at the side of the cliff most of the class went over. Something's up with him. I used my blood demon art to see two people trying to hug him muttering, "It's okay." Poor kid. He must have seen some hell. I went in the bus and sat down while continuing to look at the picture of the demons. This can't be. You can't be them. Later that evening, after everyone went to sleep, I began doing my rounds around the forest. Before I went out, I ran into a green-haired woman with the same outfit as the two pros this morning. Ragdoll, I presume. That's right. I heard you're a Hashira. Sorry we had to drag you out here, kitten. She laughed a bit before holding her forearm in pain. I'm gonna find these demons, don't worry about that much. Once I find them, consider their heads rolled. I walked out with Ragdoll speaking up to ask a question. I heard demon slayers join the order because they have nothing of value in life anymore. Is that the same with you? I turned around and glanced at her before walking away. I do this more as a form of self-punishment. Nothing more, nothing less. My decision to follow this path. My decision to damn myself. That's all it is. I held the chain with Ms. Kane's butterfly hand grip to take a deep breath. Time to go to work. Third-person POV. Izuku walked through the forest looking around and setting up a vial. Of course I have to use FANG demon bait. Fortunately, I can use some of Shinobu's knowledge to make a type of demon incense. Just add a little of Uraraka's blood, a bit of human saliva, and a few more medicinal herbs that act as an enhancer. This should now bring out whatever is in the woods. And maybe I can snuff out the lower rank? Izuku continued to look around and spray on a few trees and bushes. Once done, he calmed his mind before adjusting his eyes. Blood demon art, eyes of the beyond. He looked around with some question of what's present. I'm sensing at least 20. There's no way this can be serious. Looking at the souls around, he found them going towards a specific direction. They're going somewhere, but where? He kept looking until he realized the spot. Oh shit. Izuku ran as fast as he could back to camp. They know something and they're going towards the camp. This isn't good. As he ran away, two figures watched him from a distance. One being a woman with green hair and extremely pale skin dangling by her legs on a branch, and the other being a tall bulky man leaning on the trunk of the tree the other was dangling on. That's him, right brother? Mr. Demon Hashira, right? Yeah. Master Muzan said he wants him. Something about his blood being special. The woman began swinging before flipping in the air and landing perfectly to show her wearing burned rags on herself. So honest question. Did Master Muzan say he had to be alive and in one piece? Not exactly. Why do you ask? The man pulled himself away from the side to show himself in similar burned attire. Well, call it my own personal desire, but I want to rip his entrails out and dangle them over me like fancy jewelry. The brother smiled at his sister's idea before cracking his knuckles. Then I guess it's time for a party. I'm sure Master Muzan would understand if we lose a couple dozen demons in order to get this guy. It was his top priority to end this demon after all. And those stupid pro-heroes fell for our little plan. And sinker. At the camp, Ochako and Momo began waking up to glance around the room. Everyone was asleep. They went towards the door to open it and see their teacher down the hall. What are you two doing up? They shut the door and went up to Aizawa. Sorry. We're just so used to getting up in the middle of the night, we just can't sleep. Ochako glanced towards the boys' room to notice Izuku wasn't there. Where's Midoriya? He's looking for the two demons in hopes to avoid unnecessary dangers. He did want me to pass these to you both. Aizawa tossed two swords to Momo and Ochako to open them and see they were their practice swords they've used in their training. I still don't get how Nicorine swords succeed in their job. But if it works, it works. The three walked into the Pussycats' main office to see the four sitting in their desks doing some work. To the side, they noticed Class B's teacher Vlad King going over some things as well. What are they doing up? Mandalay asked for Aizawa to explain. Uraraka and Yaoyorozu normally do their training with Midoriya during the evening. They're so used to this routine that their bodies became adjusted to the lack of sleep they'd have. Interesting. So how skilled are they compared to Midoriya? Vlad asked for Aizawa and the group to begin talking with something catching Ochako's ear. She looked to the side and remembered something Izuku said about her hearing. Focus on the sound and isolate it. As she did this, a sound she knew all too well came to her ears to go pale. Something's coming. What are you talking abo? Before Vlad could ask, a hand came out of the wall he was by to grab him by the neck. What the? He used high quirk to stop whatever it was for it to not work and have the hand hold him tighter. Can't breathe. Stay still. Momo pulled out her blade to slice the arm off. Ah! Damned bastards. Vlad pulled away from the wall and gasped for air. Gasp. What the hell was that? We're under attack by demons. Ochako shouted for another demon to come through the window looking like a giant sumo wrestler with its skin completely gray. It looked at Ochako and smiled at her. Merchi blood. I can smell you. With you, I can become a member of the 12 Kazuki. It went for Ochako with Aizawa grabbing the demon with his binding cloth. Uraraka. Get back. He's after you. Several other demons began coming at them. Ochako pulled her sword out and began breathing as best she could. Total concentration. She went right towards the demon Aizawa was holding to go for its neck. Wind breathing, 6th form. Black wind mountain mist. She slashed the demon's neck off for it to turn to dust from it. Holy crap. I just ended a demon. Ochako was so in shock that she wasn't able to hear the four others enter into the room to force her, Momo and the teachers to pull away and head deeper into the building. Mandalay had pulled away to open her nephew's door to pull the sleeping boy with her and keep him safe. Aya! Somebody help me! The group ran towards the sound of the shout to see a Class B student Monoma about to be ended by a demon. Momo, noticing this, tries to attack as best she could with her Nicorine sword. Thanks to her own physical strength, the dark-haired girl was able to slice off the demon's head with brute strength alone. Once free, Monoma ran over to his class with another demon coming into the room. Get out of here. Everyone. This is beyond your handling. What are these things? A girl from Class B Kendo ran with her class for a demon to show up behind them for Vlad to keep it restrained with his quirk before Ochako came over to slice it down on the demon's neck. These are demons. Actual demons? Aizawa answered this bluntly for Class A to regroup hearing the noise and run to herd together and avoid anyone being pulled away. Uraraka. Yaoyorozu. How good are you with fighting demons? Not as good as we need. Momo mentions before attacking and slicing off a demon's arm as it was about to take a student. Ragdoll. How many demons are we facing? No. 50, easily 60. Everyone. I'm officially authorizing you all to use your quirks. Use them to defend yourself and wait for Midoriya. Go to hell. Bakugu immediately heard this to blast a demon before it grabbed his neck and showed a partially burned-off face smile at him. First love. Momo was able to stop this with slicing the demon's neck using love breathing, getting Bakugu free. Subdue the demons. You won't be able to end them unless you have a Nicorine sword. Then give me Evi's sword. We only have 2. Momo and me are the only ones here that know how to use it better. Ochako replied while avoiding a slash by a demon and slicing its arms off before its head. Right now, our only bet is to hold out until Midoriya gets here. Third-person POV. Izuku ran as fast as he could towards the camp in hopes to minimize casualties, if any, as low as possible. Karasu, I need you to get whatever demon slayers are in the area to report here. If you can find a Hashira, mention to them that there is a member of the 12 Kizuki here. Understood. Karasu flew above the tree line to find any able allies. Coming out of the forest towards the trail to the camp, Izuku was met with multiple demons holding an exact resemblance to one another. Let me guess, a blood demon art that allows you to clone yourself? Smart. Thanks to my power, I can clone myself as many times as I want, equal to the amount of humans I have consumed. The demon began talking with its clones continuing. Our job is to stop you, Hashira. And thanks to our numbers, we will end you. Not lower one. And when we do, we shall become Izuku cut the one clone off by slicing its head off. Blah 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 blah. I've heard this monologue 100 times. Can we just cut to the chase where I start fighting you? The demon clones began to get enraged to charge at Izuku. You damned brat. Encircled Izuku for him to smirk. Too easy. In a spiral motion, Izuku began attacking every clone within his range. Cursed breathing, 4th form. Nightwind current slash. The members of the camp continued their onslaught against the seemingly endless hordes of demons. Though they were outnumbered and clearly outmatched, everyone had fought for everything they could. Ugh. I'm gonna die. Mineta was cornered by a demon before it was grabbed by Aizawa's scarf to hold its neck in view. Uraraka. Right? Ochako came over to use wind breathing to slice the demon's neck and save her classmate. Mineta. You okay? Hikai. He immediately jumped to Ochako and tried to hug her. I thought I was a goner there. He was immediately smacked by the handle of her sword. Get your head out of the gutter. We have a ton more left. And I'll be happy to slit your pretty little neck. A demon came towards the two with Pixie Bob encasing it in earth. I can't hold him for long. Do something. Love breathing, 4th form. Cat love shower. Momo flipped into the air and began repeatedly slicing the area for the demon to lose its head and a few others. Good thing I asked Lady Kenroji for a blade similar to hers to train with. Pant, how many more do you hear, Ochako? I still can't count how many. It's like there's no end to them. Todoroki began freezing some for both girls to slice off their heads before having to stop from chest pains. Damn it. I can't stop here. What's wrong? Aizawa questioned for Momo and Ochako to have extreme difficulty breathing. They can't breathe. They tried to get air in their lungs with it not working to force everyone to cover them. It was at this point, Bakugu picked up Momo's original sword to attack a demon. Bakugu! So, if these things die from this sword, then I'll make sure they stay dead. The ash blonde ignored his teacher's warnings for him to swing down at a frozen one's neck. Now die. As he attempted this, it only went skin deep, not even getting close to the bone. The F dash? You're no demon slayer. That means that sword's completely useless to you. The demon's arm was released to attack Bakugo. Now die dash. Before it could do the trick, Ochako came quickly to slice the demon's neck. In the act though, the demon's claws went right into her side and punctured her. She fell to the ground with Bakugo still in shock of what happened. What were you thinking? It takes a lot of training to be able to and demons like me and Momo are doing. Why did you think you could do it so easily? It's not like I knew that was gonna happen. Why didn't you say anything about this, round face? Ochako grunted while ripping the sleeves of her shirt and making a bandage for her body. However, her blood began to attract the demons to her more to make her endeavor far more difficult. What are they doing now? They're after me because of my blood. It's a type of blood that demons love the most and yearn for. I have no choice now. Ochako grabbed Momo's Nicorine blade and held it in one hand while keeping hers in her other. Momo, I'm gonna try that technique Midoriya taught us. Struggling to get up and fight again through coughing, the dark-haired girl looked at her friend. Bad idea. We haven't been able to use that technique more than once without a coughing fit. Do we have another option? This'll keep going and will wear us down now. Somebody help me. One of the Class B students was about to be eaten with kendo able to punch the demon back enough to get them away. We're running out of options. Right now we can do this, but we don't have that luxury for long. We just need to keep going, but we won't if we're getting cornered from all directions. We need a hole to get out of this. Getting to her feet now and able to get some air in, Momo understood. Do it? Ochako calmed herself while taking in air in a different manner than she normally did when using total concentration. Tsukuyami no Mikoto Kagura. She began moving around as if she was dancing for the demons to smile and go after her. It doesn't matter what you do, brat. You're dead. She saw this coming to adjust her movements in a fluid motion to slice off a demon's neck. She then adjusted herself again to go for another. As this occurred, those watching could almost say they noticed frost on her blades as well as noticing her breath as if they were in winter. First moonlit night. Several demons began to fall with them going immediately after Ochako for her to keep going. It's not enough. I need to keep going. As adrenaline kept going with her, Ochako continued to slice the necks off of every demon she could. Damned brat dash, several demons tried to attack her at once for her to slice their necks off quickly while glancing at them. Second evening snow flurry. Thanks to her abnormal speeds, Ochako was slicing and hacking away at every demon to make a hole for everyone to follow. Seeing this, the pros took the initiative with the students. Now, follow Uraraka. We'll cover the back, just run. Aizawa shouted for everyone to head towards the directions Ochako was. As she continued to move, everything seemed to go in slow motion for her. I can do this. I can stop every demon here. I can do this. I can. As she sliced halfway through a demon's neck again, an image of Izuku came to her mind. Uraraka, you have to breathe now. Hearing this, Ochako sliced through the demon's neck entirely and took a deep breath in to start coughing violently and falling face first into the ground due to forward momentum. I didn't even realize I was holding my breath. Unknown to her, the act she was doing weighed on her body significantly to the point she was about to cause irreversible damage if she did not immediately stop. Is this really my limit? This isn't fair. The girl's weak. End her. The demons encircled Ochako with Momo trying to end whatever demons she could, but unable to get close enough. Ochako looked back at everyone with everything going in slow motion. She saw the demons reach out for her and prepare to bite into her with tears in her eyes. I don't want to die like this. She shut her eyes with the sound of a sword slicing to bring silence into the area. When she opened them again, Ochako saw Izuku standing to the side with his blades looking as if they were on fire. Cursed breathing, sixth form. Striking demonic slash. The demons noticed Izuku to begin holding fear in them, while Momo and Ochako held a look of joy and relief. I'm sorry it took so long. I know it doesn't make up for it, but I'm sorry. I'm here now, and you both did an amazing job holding out until the end. Thank you. Yaoyorozu. Uraraka. Midoriya, Hick, you're really here? Yeah. Sorry for the wait. We got outsmarted by the demons behind these. You think another demon slayer would dash, a demon tried to boast, but Izuku made quick work of it before going into a running stance. Consider this my way of apologizing for putting you all through this. Cursed breathing, second form. Black rotting flames. In next to no time, he appeared behind the group with the demons present, all ended with black flames on the ground. Outside, the two lower one ranks watched this with irritation before looking at the other demons around. Attack the building all at once. Bring it down if you have to. Just end the Hashira along with the other humans. The demons did this for all of them to attack and bring down the building. Inside it, the students started to hear rumbling outside to worry. I don't think they're playing nice anymore. Kirishima mentioned for Izuku to look towards the end of the hall and dart once again next to Ochako to end the 24 demons coming at her. Cursed breathing, seventh form. God's judgment. Everyone out. No. Everyone agreed for them to rush towards the exit. Izuku helped Ochako up to walk her out and stay at the end so everyone escaped safely. Right as the two got to the exit, the building collapsed and covered the exit. A large dust cloud came from the act for everyone to look in fear. Midoriya! Uraraka! Aizawa shouted in fear for Izuku to walk out of the rubble and scathed with Ochako in his arms. He smiled at everyone before placing Ochako on the ground. You know better than anyone that it takes more than a building coming down to take me out. Izuku laughed at this with Aizawa letting out a sigh of relief. You haven't changed from that psychotic kid I met 4 years ago, have you? What gave you the idea that I changed? Izuku's smile quickly turned to a scowl as he turned to the rubble and saw the two responsible for the attack. So, the real culprits reveal themselves? The dust settled to reveal the two demons holding numbers on their eyeballs. Lower one, huh? Stronger than the demons here by a long shot. In one quick motion, the brother came at Izuku for him to block it and noticed something strange. A face almost exactly like his. Izuku kicked the demon away for him to look down and notice a little blood coming out of his hand to lick it off. So you're the demon slayer Master Muzan wants us to end. I gotta say, your students did well even for not being demon slayers themselves. Now brother, where are your manners? It's only fair that we introduce ourselves to this demon slayer. The sister came in front of the brother to speak. I apologize for my brother's rude introduction. You see, he's always been a pain in the neck. A stick in the mud with taking our rules and objectives over everything else. My name is Kurabara. The idiot over there's name is Kuramura. We're demons that Master Muzan took a special interest in. In fact, we're extremely close to being part of the upper ranks. We could just taste the anticipation. Because once we do, we'll be that much closer to our goal. Becoming just like Master Muzan. A perfect being who we can hardly even fathom the perfection of. Izuku rolled his eyes at this and took a fighting stance. If that's the case, my name is Izuku Midoriya, the curse Hashira. Also, I'd like to ask you about a member of the 12 Kazuki. Where is Doma? Kurabara smiled and giggled at Izuku. Well, aren't we so arrogant to wanna face upper two? We might know, but you'll have to win in order to find that out. She took a stance before giving Izuku a bit of advice. I do feel bad for you. People that worry about stuff too early go bald quickly. That came out of nowhere. Izuku attacked Kurabara for her to dodge in an abnormal fashion and attack in a way of using her backhand. He was able to block her with his blades before Kuramura came behind her and lit his fists on fire. The demon girl jumped out of the way for Izuku to be on the defensive with him. Pathetic. Kuramura continued to attack with sheer strength to force Izuku to use his breathing techniques. Cursed cross purge. He tried to hinder the demon, but this hardly did anything with Kurabara jumping in and giving a stomp to his blades. This acted as a decoy for Kuramura to come and hit Izuku in the stomach, sending him sliding into a tree. Midoriya. Ochako was about to get up before being stopped by Aizawa. You and I both know that if we get involved, it would do more harm than good. Our best chance is to let Midoriya do his job to beat these two. As they watched the scene unfold, Aizawa couldn't help but feel embarrassed at himself. This kid's got power that makes what we just did a walk in the park. If he's having complications with this one, no doubt we'd be a burden more than a benefit. So real quick, bit of information on Izuku and some other characters in this since there will be some things to know. Izuku Midoriya,
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.